After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy. When you tryna eat, I producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I ask you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Rams, hey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I have never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man. Ay. Every day been making plans. Ay. They don't really understand. Ay. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam. Yeah. Only worried about the fans. Yeah. I won't compromise the brand. Yeah. I've been saving up the bands. Whoa. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest.
Yo. Salute to everybody. Salute to everybody who's here today. All right, cut this off. Yo, salute to everybody. This is eBlack with eblacktv, back with another video. If you haven't already, please like, subscribe, do the things that you know how to do with YouTube. We are in our third season. The third season. The theme of this season is the modern Black image and its future. So far, we have covered so many different topics, ranging from submission, ranging from how to behave in your relationships. We've also covered a lot of things in which the modern image needs to be addressed. Today, we're talking about economics. Scammers in our community ruin the Black economic base. Cutting the corners ruins the Black economic base. Everybody wants to get rich. Everybody wants to do the things and to strive for the capitalistic system's virtues. That's fine, but you can't cut corners. And there are people in our community that will ruin that. Now, you guys know I've exposed a couple of scammers or two in my life. We've exposed how they come and they try to pry on your weaknesses and your tendencies. I put them on the screen. I showed you who they are as a person. But JT the Pocket Watcher, he's a legend. He's in a different tax bracket. I deal with dustos. He deals with the upper class echelon dustos. He does this on a grander scale. So I want you guys to really, if you know his content, please go subscribe to him. I really don't need to say that. But either way, today we're here to talk about scammers and how they affect and ruin the Black community. I really want you guys to learn from this, because we're going to really break it down. 1 second while I give my appreciation to the chat. I want to first of all say hello to my Black Pride members. If you haven't, wrong bell. If you haven't already, I have a membership. I give you exclusive content. All the content from last weekend that I had in Atlanta is on there. Please go check that out. But shout out to the Black Pride. Shout out to everybody who's here early, the early birds. I love y'all. Tristan Draper, 100 watts. Of course, Trash Can Waves. I want to give people who's Vic the Freeze. Shout out to Vic. I want to also give a shout out to the people who are here directly from Pocket Watcher JT. Salute to you guys. Salute to you guys who are watching this on replay. Appreciate it. But yo, we about to get in. Oh yeah. Also, I forgot Andrea, of course. She pops up late. But we about to get into it. If you guys didn't need an introduction, this guy, like I said, go subscribe to his YouTube channel. He's in a whole nother league of this scammer exposing stuff. Check it out. He also gives you great financial literacy. He also has multiple channels in financial literacy. So please go check out his other work. But we about to get it in. My guy, Pocket Watching with JT. What's going on?
I'm here. I was wondering when I was going to get the invite, man. We was trying to get it set up for a while, but I'm finally here. I'm finally on eBlack TV. I feel good, man. I feel like I made it. I need to call my mom and let her know I made it. I'm here now, baby. I'm home. Let's get it going.
You're going to have to stop the capping, man.
Let's do it. No, hey, listen, I appreciate anytime anybody invites me on that platform, I take it as an honor, because I want to remind people, I've only been on YouTube for a little over a year. So about 2 years ago, I would have just been in my office doing paperwork and working with clients and stuff like that. This whole media online, sharing my opinions, my thoughts and stuff like that, it's extremely new. And to have someone say, hey, I want to hear what this guy has to say, it's an honor to me. So thank you so much for the invite.
Yeah, man. You know, we've been really struggling, or I shouldn't say struggling. I want to keep it positive. We've been grinding to get this channel up. You know, I've been trying to connect with the people, change up a couple of things. You know, I try to network, but the one thing I try to do is also stay authentic to myself and the message that I have, you know. And like I said, I think that's been most paying off for me. You, of course, with your niche that you have and the level of experience that you have, I mean, come on now. You have to expect people to really, and your personality. Come on now.
No, listen. Let me explain for those of you who are unaware, right? Let me explain to you guys a little bit of my background. So I'm a financial advisor from the city of St. Louis, Missouri, right? I come from parents, small business owners who made me their bookkeeper since I was 9 years old, right? So I've been working with numbers and stuff like that since I was 9. So to me, this is just the everyday thing. But I'm telling you, when I decided to get on YouTube, I did not expect the response that I got, right? So for a little bit of background here, as a financial advisor, I work with clients to try to create a financial plan, help them meet their financial goals. I give them advice, say, hey, this is how we need to manage the money to meet the goals in retirement that you have, right? But what would ultimately happen is that we would create a financial plan tailored just for this particular individual. And then a couple of weeks later, maybe a month later, I'll get a text message or I'll get a phone call and they'll say, hey, JT, I just saw this thing on TikTok. Or I just saw this thing on Instagram and it looks good. I want to add this to my financial plan. Check it out. And I grab my phone and I look and I'm like, who is this talking? Like, I don't even know. This guy is a felon. Not only is he a felon, the advice that he's given is scammer advice. So I would have to explain to the client, hey, listen, I know you're excited because the guy who's talking on the screen right now, he seems like he's legit. But as a financial professional, as a certified financial planner, I have to let you know, no, we're not doing that because 1, it's bad advice. 2, it might be illegal to do that. So a light bulb came off in my head at one point. I said, listen, I might be able to turn this into content to put it on YouTube because I'm already doing the research on these fake gurus for my client who's paying me $450 an hour. And my billable hour is not cheap. So they're paying me to do this. But then I said, you know what? I can repurpose this and give it to the greater community on YouTube. And they're not paying me $450 an hour. They can get the benefit from the work that I already did. So that's how Pocket Watching with JT kind of organically became a YouTube channel. And then it just kind of grew. It just grew from, the information that I was given. It grew from the fact that I am reacting to and reviewing people who have big platforms. I mean, that's what happens. If you have a big platform, be aware that you are fair game for someone to review. And if I'm reviewing it based purely on the numbers, now, I get a little excitable, right? But at the end of the day, I'm reacting to the financial information. I'm either saying that the numbers don't add up or the thing that this person is saying is against the law. And I cite the law that it's against. So some people can refer to it as hating, but it could just simply be organic fact checking from a qualified professional.
And if these cats is capping, it's fair to call it out. Because trust me, I know some of these cats be really living in apartment dorms. They be living in vans. They be all out the window capping, and then when it gets reversed on them, they don't understand how much they put themselves in the line. And I'm like, yo, don't put yourself in the line.
It's a fake it till you make it society. People will say, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I lied about how rich I was to sell a course or sell mentorship, but I'm rich now. So what's the point? Like, I'm rich now, but it's like, hold on. You got rich based off selling something that you didn't actually have, or a persona that you really didn't create. for yourself. So that's how you got your money. You really didn't make your money by selling your course on real estate, to sell your course on trading Forex or day trading in the stock market. You got rich by selling the dream. And then that's where I have to come in and say, whoa, slow down. Slow down, people. That's not how this whole financial system and stuff works in America. This is not how you achieve the American dream. This is not the path you need to go. And some of
these people, sorry to interrupt you, but some of these people actually have felonies for theft, online crimes, fraud. And then you're giving them your personal information. All you really need is just a last name, an email address, a date of birth, maybe a current city. There's a lot of things that can be done with this information. So it's fair to say, hey, this guy's scamming. This guy's scamming. But people
beware. Like at bare minimum, we're just saying beware. Beware who you give your personal information to. If a person has a history of fraudulent behavior, you need to beware. But we live in a culture of also no snitching, right?
Oh, yeah.
Don't snitch on them. Like let his scam run its course. Don't you be the one to expose it. And I'm like, what type of community could we have? And you talk about, let's say me and eBlack are neighbors. His house right here, my house right there. I see someone run into his house and try to start robbing him. Is that hating if I say, whoa, hey, I call the cops on him? It's like, no, man, you got to let him run his play. If he was going to get caught by the cops, you just got to let that happen naturally. Don't snitch on. Like, that's the insanity that we live in. We live in a culture that it's get it by any means, hustle and grind. But all the people who are promoting that, I bet money. Here's the thing. Here's my projection that I'm giving. In 10 to 15 years, all of these so-called financial gurus, they're going from convention to convention, telling you, buy their course. All of these guys are going to be bankrupt, nowhere. They're shifting from one scam to the next scam. Give it 10 to 15 years, you won't hear from these guys. Yeah. I'm trying to just stop you from investing a whole lot of time and a whole lot of money into a lost cause. That's it.
And we're going to go over the different types of scammers. We're going to definitely go over the different types of scammers, because I think it's important to recognize that even us today, we see the signs. Cash App, $400 for free. Money day loan, 0% interest. We see these scams, and we know that they're prying on people who are desperate in situations. They need to make a quick dollar, or they feel that they do not have enough time to make the money. So they cut corners. And this is why, this is part of season 3, to where we're talking about the modern image. Economics is all about the image. And there is no future without a sound financial base for the Black community. And scammers are ruining it because they're prying on our community, young and old. Yeah.
And one thing before we dive deep, I want to explain something, because some people get this confused. Anybody can become a victim of a scam. It does not matter how much formal education you have. It does not matter how old you are. It even doesn't matter how much streetwise, savviness you think you have. A scam is effective when it finds a mark at their weak point. That's all they have to do. They have to find their victim at a weak point and offer them whatever they need in the moment. You have doctors who will get cancer and have a diagnosis that, listen, you got 3 months, and then fall prey to some snake oil salesman in South America somewhere. Because why? Even though they know the basics of healthcare, and they know that this guy doesn't really have the cure of cancer, their humanity pours out in the fact that I have no other option. I got 3 months. I've got kids. I got my wife. He's saying that he's got a cure for cancer for $100,000. I might as well try, right? I might as well give it a shot. So anybody can. I know accountants and financial advisors who fall victim to multi-level marketing scams.
Yeah.
People who know how to run the math, they understand how a multi-level marketing company will never be sustainable. You have to constantly have hundreds and thousands of new recruits coming to this organization because it's a pyramid. But they get into it. Why? Because they fell on hard times financially. They're tired of their job, right? And they're not thinking mathematically and logically, they're thinking emotionally. So before I even get started talking about scams and how silly they are, let me first make the statement, anybody can become a victim of a scam. I can become a victim of the scam. With all the financial knowledge that I have, I can still become a victim of the right scam at the right time. Just know that.
Yeah, you ain't never lied, especially when there's a lot of money that could be made from a particular scam.
Oh, man.
You know, and not only that, so we'll get into it because there's a lot of times it's just innocent not knowing and timing from meeting the wrong person at the wrong time.
Yeah.
You know, so let's get into it because there's a lot of different types of scams. Let's talk about welfare scammers. I seen you did a little bit of show of this, and I was like, you know, I thought it was an interesting thing because, you know, it's ruining the Black community because I think one, typically welfare scammers are single parents taking advantage of the system and not trying to up themselves monetarily. They're hiding money a lot of times. They're also lowering their own potential income, and it's all because of this hidden guise of not being able to, it's being scared almost to step out and try to do it on your own muscle.
Yeah.
And I think welfare scams definitely are ruining the Black community because we always hear, look, I would love to be on food stamps. Look, I would love to be on food stamps, but I couldn't afford the minimal, like just the lowest income that you had to have and the amount of children that you had to have. I just couldn't mathematically phantom it, but I understand that certain people do need it, and it is used for certain situations. Right. Food stamps can be used in emergency situations, like if you have to evacuate a city. You know, if you have to, FEMA gives you temporary emergency food stamps. Fine. But we're talking about purposely lowering your income base to obtain money 2 for $1 or a dollar on the cent. And it's
really an issue. So I recently did the show that you're referring to. I did a show basically saying that welfare keeps people poor. Right. That's the opening statement. So if anybody knows my content, sometimes from time to time, I'll do a show, a series called Change My Mind. I will come up with a premise and say, change my mind. And in that show, I was basically saying welfare keeps people poor. Change my mind. And this comes from years of experience as a financial planner that does pro bono work. So for those of you who don't know kind of how that works, I do pro bono work, basically meaning I take on clients who are under the poverty line and I become a financial advisor for them for free. And don't call my office, though. This isn't something you're going to get through my office. I do this through the Financial Planning Association and other nonprofit organizations, and I get my nonprofit hours. But to make the point, I deal with clients who normally would never have access to a real financial advisor. And I worked with them from, step one all the way to, the final stage of financial planning. And I noticed far too often that the client will actually turn down job opportunities because that would keep them from being able to continue on the welfare programs. It
Nichelle is exactly saying that they will purposely lower their employment just so they can maintain but be below.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Because think about this. Most people operate based on a reward system, right? If you tell someone that you're going to reward them if they exhibit a certain type of behavior, you're most likely going to see them exhibit that behavior more. I think that's a simple concept for most people to understand, right? If you reward a certain type of behavior, most likely you'll see more of that behavior. Okay. So we currently have a welfare system in this country that states you cannot have certain assets to qualify. Meaning you can't have investable assets. You can't have a IRA with like $10,000 in it and be on food stamps. So what does that mean? That means that you probably are not going to invest in an IRA, or you're going to end up liquidating an existing IRA so that you can qualify. That's negative number one, because building wealth in this country means you need to invest. So that already puts you in a box of a person who's not motivated to invest. So you can be on welfare. That's one. Here's two. You're motivated to not have a two-parent household. You're motivated because if you actually do end up marrying the baby daddy, the welfare system will say you're either going to get cut off or you will get reduced benefits. So now we have a culture of, well, we don't need to be on paper. Our love comes from God. So, this is my husband. I introduce him as my husband, but we don't have to deal with that paper stuff. Well, the reason why they don't want to deal with that paper stuff is because it will affect their ability to have Section 8 housing, their ability to get the food stamps, right? So once again, now you have a government-sponsored system that is rewarding single parenthood, right? So now you have the income, because I talked about the assets before, single parenthood. Now you're rewarding someone to stay at a lower income. Once again, turning down employment opportunities that would boost your income, but at the same time reduce your welfare, so you turn it down. So now you have the government sponsoring people to not invest their money, to not have a two-parent household, and to remain low income. That's the type of welfare system we have in this country.
And not only that, when you look at bank accounts, if you get over $600, guess who gets reported?
well, yeah, there's that. But I want people to not get too scared, because when it comes to the
but it does create a cash-based society.
Well, but at the point that we are now, we're never going back to 100% cash. We're too digital. We're way too digital. It's too easy. It's not going to happen. But for those of you who are aware, so what E is talking about is that when there is a transaction of $600 or more through these various third-party payment apps, like Cash App, right? If there is a transaction of $600 or more, that could potentially be a taxable event. Now, if me and eBlack, if we're friends and I send him $600 for something, like, hey man, here's $600, you can borrow, you give it back later. Or I'm just going to give you $600 and you just never give it back.
Your car could have broken down.
Yeah.
Your car could have broken down. Or you could, or I could have just provided you like a hair service, or I took care of it.
Let's not get to that point yet. Let's keep it non-commercial for a second.
Okay, I see where you're going.
As long as it's non-commercial, that's not going to be a taxable event for you. You want to make sure you contact a qualified accountant when it comes tax time, because what you're going to receive from these third-party companies like Cash App, PayPal, Venmo is what's referred to a 1099-K form. Right. But as long as the financial transaction, like, listen, I send my wife a lot of money through these payments apps because they're just easy, right? They're extremely easy to do. Well, this is my wife, right? So if Venmo, Cash App, or whatever gives me or gives her a 1099K, well, I prepare tax returns, so I know what to do, but I will be able to mark that this is a non-commercial transaction, so it does not need to be reported as income. Now, to go to your point about if you provided some sort of service for me, now, yeah, that you need to report it. Now, in the past, it wasn't reported. They were just hoping that the small business owner was self-reporting their income. Well, here's the issue. A lot of them don't.
Yeah.
A lot of them do not self-report their income. So what the IRS and the Biden administration is doing is they are forcing your hand to report the actual taxable income that you're receiving through a commercial activity, is either providing a product or service. But if we're just talking about friend to friend, person to person, family member to family member, of just giving you money with no service or product in exchange, that is not a taxable event.
Okay. Well, before we continue on, I want to, here at eBlack TV, we have the Black Pride members, but for our special ladies in our group, because I have a different type of demographic, obviously, I'm like 35 to 44 and up, so we have cougars, so they.
That's what's up.
Luke Casey, one of our lovely Black Pride members.
Listen, I hear Luke Casey's name so often. She is in these streets. She is a celebrity within herself. She's like Gail. She's a celebrity within herself. As many times that I've heard the lead attorney and other people say her names, she might as well have a YouTube channel. She might have a YouTube channel for all I know.
She does.
Yeah, okay.
I put on my community wall. She had an excellent video talking about wives. So if you have an opportunity, check it out. Yeah, it was a great video. She's still learning, but she is definitely part of Black Pride. I also want to get Erica Williams, Classy Climb, Smartphone Money. Wow, that is a name.
Hey, listen, Erica is one of the hardest working sisters on YouTube. She drops like 3 or 4 videos a day.
What?
She been oh man, look, Erica been doing her thing on these YouTube streets for
all right, I'm gonna subscribe to her
for years.
She says these same folks say they don't want the government in their marriage, but want the government welfare, housing, and food stamps. Make it make sense.
Oh, it's 100% hypocrisy. They're just saying they don't want the government in their marriage as a smokescreen, just so that they can justify the fact of, if we get married on paper and I have to actually show that you're in this household contributing to this household, they're going to cut me off. But in reality, they don't really care about the paperwork stuff. They're not trying to be all spiritual and not have the government in their business. Trust me, they like she said, they want the government in their business, giving them welfare.
But not only that, think about it like this. If you have to sign a lease as a man, you do not have access to property. You are now being liable to get kicked out of a property. I've told God tons of times, never sign a lease and move in with a woman. Once they have that power, they will be able to kick you off. And I think this is where I think a lot of times the men get in themselves in trouble, because they say, well, I cannot afford the child. I will allow my significant other or baby mama to go on welfare, to go on public housing, to get these government assistance without my income. However, I will now withdraw myself from the household purposely because
on paper, they stay there. Let's be real, they stay there, but just on paper. And here's what it ultimately does.
I still live down the road in my mama's house.
Have you ever seen a domesticated predator? It's the saddest thing in the world.
Yeah,
it's like you take a lion, but you domesticate it.
Yeah.
That's what that man just turned himself into, because now he is literally just another child of that woman. He gets an allowance from that woman. He gets a curfew from that woman. He comes home a little too late, he might not be able to get in. she can call the police and they say, hey, this guy's just keep trying, my baby daddy trying to come in. Hey, I live here. Is your name on the lease? So you're turning someone who should be a natural predator, not in a violent sense, but in a more of a opportunity thing. You should be able to go out in this world with no limitations and try to achieve as much as you can. But this welfare system turns you into a domesticated cat, not a lion anymore. You're doing just enough to stay in the good graces of your owner, which is the welfare system.
Yes. And I've seen it. Remember that skit, or what we find out now with the hamburger, the guy who dropped off the hamburger, and he said, yeah, I dropped it off to my kid. And the first question that he said, the woman said, well, I have 3 other kids. He said, didn't you have your food stamps?
Right. She said she don't get it to a certain date or something crazy.
Yeah.
Like that.
So that little interaction right there is a microcosm of how welfare scammers, and I won't say, I know we're calling them scammers, but I'm just saying abusing the system detriments the Black community, not just economically, but relationships wise. And we need to figure out a better economic system than just dependent on the government, because obviously it has far more detrimental attributes than anything else.
Yeah,
so
that's the true point. These people believe that they're getting over on the system, but in all actuality, the system is getting over on you because it is stifling your potential. You could go out and do more and be middle class or even better than middle class, but you're staying in this little pocket, never having real assets, never really showing what your full income potential could be, so that you can continue to get fed and housed by the government. That actually hurts you. You think you're the real scammer, but the government is really the one getting over on you.
And I want to salute to Red Lipstick Vibes, another Black Pride member. She says, salute E and JT, welfare homosexuals are taking over. Gail at night says, call a spade a spade. I know. I'll be a little simpish around here. That green vegan, she laughs at that.
The homosexual is so real.
Pride. She's another Black Pride member.
That's what's up.
But so I think we've pretty much gotten the whole rundown on that. Yeah, it hurts. It ruins our Black community. I don't care what anybody says. It just ruins it. And I hopefully we will get beyond that, and we can see the economic growth that we can have on our own volition other than the government. So let me
touch on that just real quick, just to close that up.
Close it up.
Idea. Okay. In the past, being on welfare was something that the average person would be ashamed of. Not saying you shouldn't get it if you qualify, but it was something that the average, and I'm not just talking about America, I'm talking about African American, Black people, we did not like being on welfare traditionally. It's something where if you qualified for it, you was on it, but you did everything you can for upward mobility to get off of it. There is a lack of shaming in the community that is hurting us. We don't shame scammers. We don't shame people on welfare. Not saying that they should be, but it should be something that you're trying to strive to get out of it. Someone who's perpetually on welfare needs to be shamed. Someone who's just taking advantage of a government benefit that they are actively engaging in because they are a taxpayer, that's great. But someone who's perpetually on welfare and not striving to get out, they should be shamed. Scammers should be shamed. Anybody who is not uplifting what we traditionally have as values in the Black community should be shamed. But we live in a society where, hey man, if it makes you feel good, do it. I'm not going to worry about you. I'm going to worry about me. And look at the type of community we have based on having that type of do you attitude.
Yeah. And I agree. And I'm not even going to, we're going to put a period on that one. Okay.
We can go all day. Right.
And we had a lot of different questions coming up, and I see you guys in the chat. But we're gonna move on because trust me and JT will be here all day. Let's talk about religious scammers. Now, I find this personal because this ruins the Black community. They're selling you prosperity. Not only are they selling you prosperity, they are also attributing a false doctrine to the community that is continuously suppressing their rights to what society and their religion should be like being okay. If you're a Christian, and look, I love my homosexuals. If you're a Christian, we all know homosexualism is not supposed to be there, but because you're toting that line, you're not truly helping the community by being consistent with the message. Then everybody says it's all fake. If you're only going towards the women and having sex with the women, then you're not helping the community. You're putting the men back. If you are telling the community to spend your last dollar and put it in the pot and it will multiply 10 times, it can be your belief. I'm a Christian. I understand that. But some of these preachers will pass the collection pot, lock the doors until they bleed, every last cent out of you. And I'm sorry, this ruins the Black community because it erodes on the religious value system of Black and the spiritual system, because you cannot raise a community without those. We talk about economics. You can have an economic system, you can have money and cars, but when you have a spiritually dead system or community, it is not going to survive longer than any time.
Yeah, I agree. The sad thing is the Black church, and when I say Black church, now you could just put any other faith under it, but I'm gonna say Black church. The Black church was the fundamental building block of the Black community in the past. And to see what has happened to the Black church is just a tragedy, because it has lost its moral high ground. It had a standing that when the Black church spoke, it can speak out against the hypocrisies of this world, particularly of this country. Now, when the Black church speaks, it has no authority past the most, faithful of the faithful of their flock. But outside the doors, no one cares what the Black church has to say because it lost its moral high ground.
And I think also we run into nonprofit churches who are using PPP loans and let's be real, they are now running for-profit and nonprofit organizations that are not really servicing their community, because let's be honest, some of them get money and grants to service the community and they do not release the funds into the community because they are then sliding it to their best friend's family.
Yeah. Well, I think this ties back to something that the late Kevin Samuels said about a year or so ago, when he talked about how the pastors refuse to share power. In the past, the Black church was extremely strong when there was a board that was helping to run the church. You would have professionals within the community that would be on the board. You would have a pastor that would be the moral strength. They would be able to read the word and preach the word. But then you would have the local accountant in the community who would be the treasurer. You would have a local attorney in the community that would also be on the board. There would be counsel, and there was not just one person making all the choices in dealing with stuff. But because there was a lack of understanding of the power of that board, there is a exodus of Black males in the church. You're left with a male pastor surrounded by females who is not only preaching, but he also wants to control the money. So now the question is, where are we going to get the money from? And if we have to get the money from a government source, now we're beholden to look good for the government. Yeah. And if we're stuck with only getting money from a very strong female base, then maybe I can't teach masculinity the way it needs to be taught. See, now you done compromised yourself. We're not even getting on the straight scammers. I'm talking about someone who's a pastor with genuine intent, but he's compromised based on the financial realities because the mortgage got to get paid, the light bill got to get paid. This stuff costs money to actually operate, but because of an unwillingness to share power, they fall into a place where now they have to go with trending topics and not where the word really is. And they have to bow down to the government because that's another source of funding that they got. Now we got to go to the actual scammers, the grifters, the ones who know that all they have to do.
Hey, I need a jet, JT. I need a jet to go cross country. I wear these Versace. I need these Versace shoes. Do you see my $1.5 million house? Matter of fact, is that a guy with a gun? Let me get down. I gotta get.
Listen, man. I mean, that goes to show you how the priorities of our community are so backwards.
Yes.
If you can go to a upstairs church where the pastor and his wife have $1 million. Some people say it's an insurance fraud, but let me just take him at his word.
Yeah.
$1 million worth of jewelry between him and his wife. I could never in my life attend a church in that situation. I couldn't do it. It does not make sense. But that can exist in a world where everything is okay. Everything. There is no shaming. Shame is a tool that's normally used by a community that has ethics.
Yes.
If there's no shaming, that means there's no ethics. If you can't look at the actions of someone that goes against the values that you say you believe and they say they believe and not be able to shame them or not be able to correct them, then what's the point? You don't have a community. You have a bunch of individuals who are forced to live with each other as long as everything is good. But the second something bad happens, you scurry away like rats.
Mm-hmm. Let me give a shout out to my guy Chicago Rilla. He is also another Black Pride member.
Shout out to Chicago Rilla.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. I think it ruined. Like, I know we talk about scammers, and a lot of times the loss of money is not just the only thing that we lose. Sometimes we lose our community, our rights, our dignity, and then, man, it goes deeper. So I'm glad you're on the same page with me on this because this is not just about losing money. This is about losing a staple of a community that once you need to come back to for reinforcement of moral fabric. And once you see the people in there are corrupt, then
you go. You don't want to come back. Yeah, it's horrible. And it's sad. It's sad because the greatest things that have ever happened to the African American community, most of them, maybe not 100%, but in the high 90 percentile, originated in the Black church.
Yeah.
You can't say that today, and it's sad.
Yeah, I mean, if I was just in Atlanta and just speaking to a couple of people through the visitors tours and whatnot, they spoke about how Ebenezer and a lot of churches got started and they influenced Peachtree all the way up to downtown. With one sprouted out, a business sprouted out, and they're all either financed by the community. But once you destroy or take away the community, take away the businessman, and you take away the tax man, and you take away the husband, or the entrepreneur man, you no longer have a community within the church, and that church cannot reciprocally give it back, give the same stuff back to this community.
You'll never see the black dollar be able to circulate in the way that it should, because there is no real community. I'm tired of people talking about, man, they do it for the culture. There is no culture. There's no real culture. It's just a bunch of people and grifters that use the term the culture and all this. That's just another selling point. That's just another tagline that they're using to take dollars from your pocket and put it in theirs. If there was a real culture, values would come before all the other BS. But we don't see values being upheld because it's all about getting to the bag by any means necessary, even if it does mean having questionable ethics all the way to the point of being illegal. That's the problem.
Look, once again, I'm just gonna have to put a dot right there. Let you have that, because we're gonna be on that topic.
Right.
And if you didn't know, already a lot of my shows don't run that long, so I'm so you know. But I can see right now we gonna be talking, so I want to make sure that we hit them on them points.
Right.
But let's talk about insurance scammers. Now, the reason why I want to talk about the insurance scammers is because this was a way of transferring debt or transferring generational wealth towards the next generation. Insurance, paying for your prepaying for your funeral. But not only that, you know, when grandmama died, the house got paid off.
Right.
Then you had a little leftover money. Y'all could do what you want to do with that. But it kept the money going, not only at your death, and it also didn't leave an enormous amount of creditor debt on yourself. Now we talk about Sweetie Pie. Now this was a different type of scamming, right?
Man, it's a sad story. It's a sad story. So a little bit of background for people to understand what we're talking about here. I'm, once again, proud St. Louis boy, born and bred in the city of St. Louis, Missouri, right? And for those of you who are familiar with, there was a show on the Oprah Winfrey Network that ran for like 7 seasons, I believe. Welcome to Sweetie Pies. It was a reality-based show based on a soul food restaurant. They had about 3 or 4 restaurants in the area that was owned by Miss Robbie Montgomery. She was an ex-backup singer for Ike and Tina Turner, right? I mean, the story sounds great, right? You have this woman who was a background singer for Ike and Tina Turner. She starts and opens up a soul food restaurant. The restaurant starts to thrive and does good. And then she has her son, who had a criminal history and was in jail for, most of his youth. Then he comes out of the prison system and then becomes the general manager of the store. And to see the conflicts and the winning of this family dynamic was a hit show for about 7 seasons, right? Everything's good. But
syndicated show.
So we come to find out a few years later that based on what the federal government, the case that the federal government has, is that very same son, Tim, the federal government says that he put a $450,000 life insurance policy on his own nephew, his older brother's son. His older brother is passed. So his older brother's son, where his older brother is now gone, he put a $450,000 life insurance policy on him. And within 2 years of him getting that life insurance policy, according to the federal government, he hired someone to murder him. We saw that murder on the show, right? That murder happened in real time. We saw it on the show. We saw that Andre Montgomery, the grandson of Miss Robbie, we saw him get murdered. The kid actually went to my high school. Now, I'm much older than him, so it's not like we ever met. Let me be clear here. But he actually graduated from the same high school I graduated from, just to show you how small St. Louis is. And during those events of the show, everybody was wondering, like, how was he murdered, why was he murdered, but to find out years later after the show was off the air that this was a murder for hire plot by one of the stars of the show, his own family member, is crazy. And then when everything comes to the end, Tim never got the insurance money. And if he would have just came to my office for 10 minutes, not talking about murder clearly, but talking about this insurance policy, I would have been able to explain to him the insurance is never going to pay out. Because in order for you to get an insurance policy on someone else, there's a couple of things that has to happen. Number one, you have to have an insurable interest, meaning if that person dies, how does that impact you financially? If that person dying has no impact on you financially, then it really doesn't make sense for you to be able to get insurance on that person. That's number one. Number two, you have to get permission from the person. You can't just get a life insurance policy on somebody, even if you do have an insurable interest in them. You can't just get it without their permission. So that's strike number two. He was never, ever, ever, ever going to get paid out this money. And for the third part is I can't say I'm going to get a $10 million policy on eBlack. Let's say me and eBlack are partners in a business.
Yeah.
And, when he dies, I don't want his wife or his significant other to be my new partner. He's my partner, but I don't want whoever is the beneficiary of his estate to be my partner. So you can get what's referred to as a buy-sell agreement for a partnership. So if he happens to die prematurely, I got a life insurance policy, I pay off his wife or whoever, and then now I own the company 100%, right?
Yeah.
But here's the deal. The insurance policy has to have some sort of foundation in reality of what this life is worth, right? I can't get a $10 million insurance policy on eBlack if the interest in the business that he has is only $100,000.
Yeah.
It doesn't add up. And the problem with this whole case was not to put a dollar value on someone's life, but that's basically what you're doing when you get life insurance.
Yeah.
Andre Montgomery, the victim of the murder for hire plot, his life wasn't worth $450,000. They lied on the application for the insurance policy, talking about how much money he had and stuff like that. All of these were lies.
But he was like 20 years old, right?
Exactly. He was a young guy who didn't have a lot of money. He didn't have a lot of resources. So the $450,000 policy would have never been paid out, even if he died of natural causes. The insurance company would have never paid it out because you have to substantiate. You have to prove the stuff that was in the application before they pay you out. So it's just a sad story from beginning to end. It's a sad story.
And I think the reason why we bring this up is because I think so much gets passed beyond that stuff, because that does happen. We all see it. Sometimes the family do be fighting over insurance. Yeah. And I big mama staying at my house and I got insurance on her, but I've seen it really, really happen. And I want to also talk about another type of insurance. We can talk about car insurance. I've seen people scam on that. Yeah. I mean, but it ruins our communities. These types of scams of using financial instruments to gain profit off of hardly ever work. And they usually get people put in jail for a long time.
I got a story for you real quick about the car insurance play. Just recently in the city of St. Louis, 3 aldermen have been put up on federal charges for bribery. All 3 of them. One of them, I know, I got his number in my phone. It's a sad story. Been in my office, talked to him plenty times. 3 aldermen are put up on charges for bribery. One of them, by the name of Jeffrey Boyd, who's been a long-time alderman in the city of St. Louis. Not only was he taking bribes, but what he decided to do was to claim car insurance claims on cars he did not even own. So Here's an example. What happened was there was a guy who owned a car lot, and there was some sort of storm or something that happened, right, where the cars got damaged. A form of bribery that he was taking was, hey, just give me the titles to those cars so I can make the insurance claim, and that's how I'll get my money. But you can prove when you actually owned the car, because the title has to be recorded, right? So they can see the insurance company was like, this idiot, you're claiming an insurance claim on a car that was damaged before you owned it.
Yeah.
That's how he got caught up like that. That shows you. And this man has been an alderman in the city for years, has run for mayor a few times. I mean, he had a very high position in this city, and that's what took him out. Insurance fraud for car insurance.
And like I said, that was just a quick little one that I kind of wanted to talk about, because I think that we don't realize that sometimes your homeboy may say, hey, I got full coverage insurance. You drive the car and he don't have real full coverage insurance. And next thing you know, your butt tail is out, and now your rates are up, and the whole community around you is up because you now have more people making delinquent, fraudulent claims.
It hurts us all, because ultimately we all have to absorb that fraud. So we're paying more for our individual insurance premiums because of the fraud.
And that hurts our whole community and our whole zip code. So I've especially like in when Houston and they had that big flood. Oh, there was so many that our insurance went all the way through the roof, because so many people were making claims at the exact same time.
Right, of course. The insurance company is in it to make money. If you think they're not going to adjust your premiums to make back all that money they had to pay out, you're insane.
So let's get into credit scammers, right?
All right.
Now this is I've kind of broken it down to three types. You know, we got line of credits, you know, your typical business, home refinancing types, you know, quick, hey, we'll buy cash now. Of course, hey, cash at me $5, I'll make it 5,000.
That's ridiculous.
Your credit card scammers, where they're just fraudulently just putting your numbers in and just taking your wallets, or not only that, just using your credit as theirs and totally just disrespect. And then we got the credit expert scammers, where they're trying to fix your credit while pocketing your money. So under the guise of credit, we're going to kind of go there, but let's start with line of credit. I've seen this happen where y'all older women, they've probably put 50% of the house, paid it off, 50%. They want a new deck, or they want to go on that cruise.
Right.
Next thing you know, they've put more money into their refinancing at a higher rate with a shady company because they want the cash.
Right.
And it doesn't help the community, because we're not financially literate enough to really understand how much like your home is your nest egg, and sometimes you get the paper and you see the fact that your mortgage is a certain percentage paid, but you've gotten say 6% raises since you got it. I can afford an extra $300 on my mortgage. I want to go to Cancun.
Yeah. It comes from a lack of proper financial knowledge, but more importantly, a lack of financial discipline. You have people out here who says what they'll say, well, you have all of this equity in your home, but it's not doing anything for you. Why don't you leverage that equity in your home so you can do the things that you want to do in life? Well, they have a certain amount of a point, but once again, they're thinking short term. They're not thinking long term. So there's a couple of ways that you can get money out of your home, right? You can refinance your home, which is basically getting a new loan for your home. So let's say you started off with $100,000 balance on your home. You work it all the way down to 50. You can refinance and get a new 30-year loan on the 50, but most people won't do that. They want to get what the new market value of the home is. So let's say the new market value of the home is 150.
Yeah.
Right. So they go ahead and get the new loan for 150, right? And pull out the difference because they got to satisfy their original 50 that they had that balance on. Right now, I'm using rough numbers here.
Yeah.
So now they've got this $100,000 to what they think is play money. They'll use it for vacations. They'll use it to buy new assets like a new car and stuff like that. But what they're doing is now you had a home that was almost paid off at 50. Now you have a new mortgage for 150. You're paying more and higher monthly mortgage payments, and you're probably going to end up in a situation where you're never going to pay off that home, and that home will not be the springboard for that next generation to build wealth. Your next generation is going to start from ground zero, just like you did.
Yeah. And that's what I've seen a lot of times, especially when you talk about, like, say, Bay Area pricing. I remember my parents' house when they first had it, it cost them, I think, $250,000. It's $1.5 million.
Right.
But you still that doesn't mean you have a $1.5 million in cash. That just means you have access to possibly getting that amount.
Right. And here's the thing. People are just not patient, right? Because it's so frustrating as a financial advisor, because you got these so-called experts and they say, well, you got all that money in your house. Why don't you just take it out? It was like, slow down. If you were in a situation where you wanted to access that money, well, why don't you just downsize your home? You can downsize your home. So if you do have a $1.5 million home, but you could probably do good in a $600,000 home or a $400,000 home. The kids are gone now. How about we go ahead and sell that home, buy the $400,000 home in cash? Now that's paid for. And what do you do with the rest of that money? See, now the rest of the money yours.
Yeah.
See, and when you sell your personal home within the tax code, you can take $250,000 from that sale. It's not taxable to you if you're a single person home. And if you're married, you double it up. It's $500,000. You can make a $500,000. I'm talking about after you pay off your mortgage, the current mortgage that you have. After you pay off that current mortgage, if you're married, you can make $500,000 on that sale, and it's not taxable. See, there's so many things you can do to still have a home. You can still have real estate assets and cash out of that house without creating debt for yourself. But okay, I'm just a certified financial planner. What do I know? I don't know what I'm talking about.
I mean, but I think that goes to the point of, I think we don't, a lot of times it's ruining. These scams are ruining a lot of the Black community because we're not properly putting the emphasis on what's most important. You're right. Yeah. Some people argue with you and say, well, why would I need 500,000 when I can have 30,000 a year from this property and rental income, and I just need to take out a little money to increase it and get a service fund and have them, or service mortgage company or a real estate company, and have them manage the property for me. I'd get my Grant Cardone on.
It is so possible, but the question is, how much are you leveraging to do it? Right? With the example that I just gave, you could put yourself in a situation. Let's say you are in a home that's worth $1 million, right? And you are at the point where it's almost all the way paid off, because when you originally got it, it was a couple $100,000, right? Just property values jumped up. Okay, well, why don't we downsize? Half of that money goes to buy the downsized house, and the other half of the money you buy the rental property with. Once again, you're not in a point of debt, but you have a home. You have rental property that's cash flowing, and you don't have the debt. The problem is people don't want to deal with this one word. The word is called sacrifice.
Yeah.
You can't have it all. The problem is people want to stay living in that $1.5 million house and have the cash. They don't want to downsize. See, if you had the mindset of, listen, I'm willing to compromise. I'm not going to be living in this $1.5 million house anymore. I'm probably going to be living in a $400,000 to $500,000 house, still have no debt, take the other cash and buy a rental property that's around $200,000 and $250,000 and still have a reserve amount of cash to pay for the repairs that you know you're going to have to do some repairs on.
Yeah.
But once again, that's a person who understands you can't have it all. We live in a society that lies to you and says, "Oh yeah, you can have it all. You can have the house and the money and all that, but you got to have debt with that too." And the debt catches up to people, and that's why you have generation after generation after generation of African American families starting from ground zero. I didn't start from ground zero. I openly admit my privilege. I did not start from ground zero. The house I live in right now, I bought from my parents on pennies on the dollar. Sorry. Yep. Did I pay the full market price for the house that I'm in right now? Nope. Because I bought it from my parents. And they pennies on the dollar I bought this house. That's the advantage you can have with real generational wealth.
Yeah. And I'm glad you brought that point. But let's move on to credit card scammers. Now, this is another thing. I mean, a lot of times people don't understand that companies will rate your zip code. They will look at your zip code and figure out, does the average person have 580 credit or does the average person have 620? Those are two different numbers, you know? And I think a lot of times, especially in a younger age, you're bombarded with credit card thing because they know when you turn 18.
Yeah.
And they're gonna make sure you get that credit card. They're gonna ask you at Macy's, do you want to sign up for a Macy's credit card? They're gonna ask you at Best Buy, do you want to get that Macy's? When you get your tires, do you want to get the credit card? Do you want to put the tires on credit?
5% off, 3% off if you buy it with the credit card. Yeah.
I mean, Best Buy. Not only just Best Buy, but what's the other company with the furniture? Cons, Low. There's a lot of these companies, and Rent-A-Center. Trust me, Rent-A-Center will jack your credit up. Trust, they go want their money back.
Listen. I'm the type of person. If it was up to me, there would be no Rent-A-Centers.
Yeah.
Rent-A-Center is a type of business strategy that is focused on dealing with people who do not have financial discipline. Yeah. If you're walking into a Rent-A-Center, that means you do not have financial discipline because you are willing to buy a couch at 3 to 4 times its actual market value because you're unwilling to save up the money to buy the couch. You want the couch now, or you want the big screen TV now. So you're paying $25 or $30 a week, every week for the next 6 years, and you end up paying for that TV like 4 or 5 times the value of that TV. Why? Because you're unwilling to sacrifice and just save up your money. But let's talk about credit, because I'm a guy that's not a huge fan of the way credit is currently being marketed to our community. Credit is not the solution to your broke ambitions. People believe that, oh, don't worry about you not having money. You can get credit and that'll solve your problems. That is not the case. Credit is a byproduct of your financial decisions that you made correctly, right? Too many people are victims in our community. They claim and they take on as a badge of honor victimhood because they'll tell you, a person that has bad credit, they'll tell you, man, no one taught me about credit growing up. See, if someone would have taught me about credit in high school, I wouldn't have a 400 credit score right now. The system is the reason why I have bad credit. I say slow down. Let's take a look at what credit is in a general sense. Your credit score is a reflection of how well you kept your word. When you break it all the way down to its most fundamental part, your credit score is a reflection on how well you are able to keep your word. That's it. Because your credit score is based on someone lent you money. You agreed to a certain amount of terms of how you were going to pay that money back. If you have a good credit score, that means you paid the person back according to those terms. If you have a bad credit score, that means you did not pay that person back according to those terms. Well, I don't know about you, E. I recently turned 39. I'll be 40 next year. I recently turned 39. I didn't need a lesson on credit to understand that you get a bad reputation if you borrow stuff and don't give it back.
Oh, I heard about that.
Right. Everybody remembers. I'm talking about just as kids, not like being streetwise on the street. I'm talking about as kids. If you borrowed somebody's football from across the street and you never gave it back, good luck at another kid letting you borrow their toy. Yeah. Right? What about video games? Because I'm the Super Nintendo, PlayStation generation.
Yeah,
somebody borrow your video game.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, you knock on the door. They don't. All of a sudden, you don't see it.
Listen, I let you borrow my Madden 2003 for the weekend because I'm going out of town. When I come back in town and you don't have my Madden disc for my PlayStation, we're going to have some problems. Not only are we going to have some problems, I'm going to let everybody know at the playground, don't let so-and-so borrow your games. This Negro don't like giving it back. So we understand that on a fundamental level, that when someone lends you something and you don't give it back in the terms that you agreed with, you're going to get a bad reputation. Well, that's what your credit score is. Your credit score is your personal representation of your ability to pay people back. Why should you have good credit if you have a history of not paying people back? See, that's on you. That's a character and value issue. You don't need a college course on how credit works. You need a college course on how ethics and values work. You don't like giving stuff back. That's your problem.
Preach.
I can go all day, but that's my personal feeling when it comes to credit. People looking for credit to solve their broke ambitions. How about you just save up the money and then pay people back on the small loans that you get, and you'll be surprised how you'll be able to get bigger loans later.
All right. One sec, JT. Now, y'all know, as long as y'all been here on eBlack TV, I don't beg for likes, but come on, guys. JT has been spitting for the last hour and 15 minutes, and we've been talking really good. Can I at least hit that little blue button? I don't know what.
It's the easiest thing to do. Hit the like button, people.
I'm not even gonna say subscribe. Just enjoy the content. Please give this guy some appreciation, because a lot of this is really good. And not only that, we're not talking about nobody. I am talking about some people, but you know who I'm talking about. but that's it. We're not, we're really trying to talk about really things that in the Black community that we know from a financial standpoint are ruining it. And we talk about how we can get back to a sense of community, but it still starts with individualism. That's at least hit the like button.
Hit the like button.
I'm sorry, I'm petty.
No, hey, listen, real quick. There's a message in the chat that I want to touch on, because this is a good question. So there's a message in the chat from P. Morton, and he says, gonna have to push back on this one, JT. People are lucky to know how to balance a checkbook from high school. All right, let's touch on that. It's one of the last, at least on me, is P. Morton, but it's okay if you can't see it because that's basically the statement. People are lucky to know how to balance a checkbook. Okay, well, I'm an accountant. Let me explain how the balancing of a checkbook works. Now, let's be real. It's 2022. 90% of you Negroes under the sound of my voice don't have a checkbook. You have a debit card. So let's keep it real. Learning how to balance a checkbook, it's not 1995. It's 2022. Most people don't have a checkbook. But okay, I'm still going to go with your narrative. How does balancing a checkbook work? Fundamentally, what are you doing when you're balancing a checkbook?
Added money.
You're just keeping track of the money that you spend. That's it. That's balancing a checkbook. I deposit $1,000 in my account. Let me make a note. I've got $1,000 in the account. I spend $300 at the grocery store. Okay, so what did that mean? When I balance my checkbook, oh, now I have $700. It's 2022. You have a debit card and an online banking app. These Negroes know exactly how much money they have in their account. They're not confused. They don't need to balance their checkbook. They look at their phone and they say, okay, I've got $300 left. I can either stay at home and cook. Now I'm going to go out with the boys and spend $250. That is not a check balancing, not understanding how it works issue. That is a I don't have financial discipline issue, and they're going to spend as much money as they can because whatever, you only live once. You got to go out there and ball out, and maybe the money will come back. That's the problem. It's not balancing a checkbook, which 90% of Negroes don't own. You know exactly how much money you got in your account. You swipe and pray that it works. You know how much money you got.
Facts. All right, let's get on to the next one. Yeah. Now, the next one, it does kind of go under welfare, but I that's petty.
Back in the day, people used to finesse the overdraft charge. A Negro would know. I got $20 in my account, but I need $50 worth of gas.
Yeah.
I'll overdraft. Like people's like, miss me with that, man. People know. Once again, it's personal responsibility. Playing victim.
Yeah. In fact, I tell people all the time, I've turned off all of that stuff on my bank. I tell my bank, look, if I ain't got it, deny me on the spot.
Don't give it to me.
I can call up somebody and get some money sent to me or come pick me up at my situation. But shoot, don't let me. I don't want to spend $35, $20. I don't want to spend another dime in the bank.
The way they used to get us with these overdraft fees, now you got to opt in. It used to be automatic, but now you have to opt in. You would overdraft $3.
Mm-hmm.
They would hit you with a $35, $40 overdraft fee, and they'll keep hitting you every day that you're in the negative. And they would do it in such a way, they were so slick. You could have transactions that actually came in a certain order, like you'd have your mortgage, and then you have all these little petty things. They would let those transactions hit your account in a way where they would make the most money from the overdraft fees, even though in chronological order, you shouldn't have been hit with that big of a overdraft fee. Their computer system would manipulate the transactions so that you would be hit with a bunch of those smaller transactions later, because each of one of those smaller transactions hit you with the big fee. But if you just would have got hit with the one big one, they could only get you one time. See, that's why it's once again, It's a spending problem. Yeah. You have a spending problem when you live paycheck to paycheck. You need to address that before you beg for more money.
And I agree. I used to work for Bank of America, and speaking of that, people would go to ATMs, grab the envelope, say, "Hey, I put in $200." in there.
Right.
And I used to do the job. I used to have to do the register of the ATM. It's an electronic, it's all traced from the bag from the armored car.
Right.
It's all traced. You can find it. Every once in a while, there would be some mix up because of a jam.
Right.
Most of the time, it just and then you'd always see the lead up to it. Starbucks, then the gas, then something else. Then next thing you know, starts getting towards that $5 range, and they need cash for the next paycheck, and they'd rather take the hit. But it's like I said, you don't understand. Your financial institutions will track you on that, and it ruins your credit.
Yep.
It may not be technically a credit instrument, but it is a factor that a lot of times, especially if you're creating a relationship within a bank, they're going to look at, and they're going to judge you on it. So
that's the reputation that you earned. Like people complain about, oh, that person's got a bad reputation. Well, they earned that reputation.
Yeah.
They earned it based on their actions. You earn your credit score based on your financial reputation that you earn based on your actions. You want a better credit score? Fix your actions. Stop trying to find loopholes. Oh, I can get this off my credit if I claim identity theft and all that. You still haven't addressed the number one issue. You have a spending problem.
Yeah, I agree. So let's get on to the next one.
Yeah.
Income tax scammers.
Yeah, man.
I love my people, man. I love my people, but this one has to stop.
It's sad.
You have 6 people that claimed all your kids, and your child's been 70 years old. Look, I'm not hating, but this has to stop because like I said, once again, we're not giving ourselves the worth that we deserve. We're not creating families that we deserve. I know specifically people who will not be in relationships if it wasn't for income tax checks.
Yeah, that's a real deal. These tax season relationships are a trip. I've seen it. Tax season relationships are a trip. So when it comes to this ties back to welfare to me.
Yes.
Okay. The same limitations that people who are perpetually on welfare, as far as building assets, you can't do that. You can't build assets when you're on welfare because it won't qualify you to stay on welfare. So you become a consumer. All you do is buy with your money. You can't invest because you're afraid of getting kicked off of welfare. Also, the income. You cannot increase your income in fear of losing welfare. Well, it's the same thing with tax.
Yeah.
Listen, man, do you know how many small Black businesses tax returns that I have prepared over my lifetime as a financial advisor, and how many of those businesses perpetually report a loss? These businesses for 5, 8, 10 years perpetually lose money. Why do they report that they lose money? Because they do not want to pay taxes. And if they have a W-2 job on the side and they have kids, that can help juice up whatever earned income tax credit and stuff that they could get. So what does that do? Same as welfare. Even though in reality, these people are making decent money, but they're perpetually reporting losses so that they can't pay tax. What ends up happening? They stifle themselves from being able to actually grow the business because no one's going to lend money to a business that always loses money. How are you going to pay back the loan if for the last 6 years you've shown that you lost money? So normally what I would see a flood of barbers, independent contractors and stuff come to my office because they want to buy a house. They want a mortgage. And they're going to their realtor and they say, oh man, I make like $3,000 a week and this, that, and the other. And they're all the way up to the point where they're about to close on a home until they see the tax returns. So now they're rushing to come to me to prepare a proper tax return because the other tax preparer that was writing everything off, they can't use them. So they come to me to create a legitimate tax return. And I have to explain to them, oh, you got some back taxes you got to pay now, player. You think the IRS don't want their money? And this is also going to affect you being able to buy that new home because now your debt to income ratio has changed. Yes, your income has increased, but this new tax liability that you just created on the books, that's going to affect your ability to buy the house too. So all of this short-term thinking creates a community of people who don't have assets. All they do is rent their home. They can buy a car, which is a depreciating asset, so who cares about that? And they go on trips. They go to Vegas. They go to Miami. They may be able to go and get a BBL here and there, but they still, like, your kids don't inherit your BBL. Think about that. As good as you now look, because you took the $8,000 from your tax refund and flew down to Miami and get that BBL, your kids don't inherit the BBL. So you create another situation of perpetual starting from zero generations of families because short-sightedness of, I don't want to pay a lot of money in taxes, so I'm going to show I ain't make no money. That's the issue.
And that's, like I said, every single thing that we've mentioned today are scams. Every single thing that we've talked about today has a cause and effect on the rest of society and are building our Black community. And these are not like salacious stuff. This is real life,
everyday stuff. I bet money. If you are seeing me right now, or you're hearing me right now, you know at least one person that I described throughout this whole interview. Throughout this whole interview, you know at least one person that fits the description of what I've been saying. Bet money.
All right. So let's get on to our next one. This is our second to last one. Mm-hmm. Your favorite subject, the PPP loans. I tried to. I should have moved this one up because I know you can talk about this all day. But Lord. the idea that Biden has now informed the government to extend the
statute of limitations.
Yep. On investigations into crimes. Mm-hmm. What do you think about that?
Yeah, specifically dealing with COVID-19, which would be PPP loans, which would be the unemployment income, which would also be the EIDL loans. He extended it from a 2-year statute of limitation, I believe it was, to a 10-year statute of limitation. Now, understand, Biden did not do this on his own. Uncle Joe didn't do this on his own. This was a bipartisan bill, not one, but two of them. So what I'm saying is Republicans and Democrats in Congress, they passed two bills that the president, Uncle Joe, signed into laws. And what that tells me is, listen, I've been screaming from the rooftops for over a year. Now, there's people out here that say, and they write it in my comments, they'll say, the PPP loans was a trap for our people. Was a trap? What type of trap?
It was. I do not agree that it was a trap. Any fool with a brain that says, hey, the government's going to give you a loan
if you have a functional business with employees. Now, you can also count yourself as an employee, but you have to report X amount of income to qualify. Okay, yeah, great. How is that a trap? You know, I'm a fan of watching ratchetness on TV. I'm gonna be guilty. Now,
I gotta get you to look at the Tea Ladies. I have a show on Fridays. we cover ratchet TV on Friday.
Now, I don't watch like the reality shows like Real Housewives or this or that, or Hip Hop and Love. I watch shows like Bait Car. You ever see Bait Car?
Yeah.
It's not on the air anymore, but you can watch a lot of these shows on YouTube and whatnot. For those of you who are uninitiated and you never seen Bait Car, let me explain how this kind of works with PPP loans. The way Bait Car would work, the police department would get a car, rig the car up with video cameras, and they would also have it remote controlled, meaning they have the ability to lock the doors and cut off the engine. They would then place the car in areas where they know a lot of crime would go down. Not only that, they would leave the keys in the car. Yeah. Not only that, they would keep the car engine running. Okay. So then someone would walk by, they would see a car with the keys in it, engine running. They would then get in the car, drive off. And they're excited because they got the cameras. They're excited. I was like, oh, man, I got this MF'er. Oh, I'm rolling in this MF'er. We going. Then all of a sudden, the cop would press a button. Doors locked. Cop would press another button. Engine cuts off. They realize, oh, man, this is a bait car. Most of them would say this. They tricked me. Who tricked you? You are a criminal. You stole the car. This isn't entrapment. You saw an opportunity to take something that you knew was not yours, nor were you qualified to get it. And now you want to jump time and say it was a trap. Same thing with the PPP loan scammers. No, sir or ma'am, you are not trapped, nor were you tricked. Your own personal greed put you in a situation where you are now going to be punished. Don't blame the government. Don't blame Uncle Joe. Don't blame anybody other than the man or woman in the mirror because you allowed your personal greed and no values or ethics to put you in a position where you're going to be punished. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Yeah. Not only that, I think the idea that any free money is not going to be repaid. Not only that, fraud, like it's a sad state that we're in because it ruins it for the future. Because the stuff that shout out to Red Lipstick Vibes, the stuff that I'm hearing that's coming down the pipeline in terms of contagious stuff. If we shut down again, you think that money is going to be available now?
It's going to be so much hard. The reason why the government made it easy to get, they did not make it easy to get so that they can trap the Black community. They made it easy to get because of this, something that I'm well aware of. Small business owners are not normally good at paperwork. They're just not. If you are a barber, you became a barber because you're good at cutting hair. You did not become a barber because you're good at filling out forms. Now, I'm a financial advisor. I'm extremely good at filling out forms. That's why a lot of my clients come to me to help them when they're in processes of trying to get a loan or deal with applications and stuff like that. The reason why the federal government made it so easy to apply for the PPP loans is because we were in a shutdown. Most of my clients did not have the ability to even get to me. So I would normally, in a normal situation, they would bring the forms to me and I would fill them out. They couldn't get to me in time. Also, we're in a shutdown. People weren't, gathering around each other and they wanted to be able to get the funds out quickly. So for those of you who are conspiracy theorists who believe that the PPP loans were an intentional trap for people, you don't understand that it was an extremely good thing for small businesses so that they can actually get the funds. The problem is a lot of scammers saw it as an opportunity, and now they're all upset because their opportunity is coming back against them. And now the government has a 10-year statute of limitations to come after you, and they most likely will get you.
That just means that they're just going to use the resources when they come. And then, so they may start off with the big dogs, but the smaller people will, hey, we'll put them in a, well, 2025, we'll do anybody with between 20,000 and 10,000, we'll get them. You know, that's what I'm thinking.
They're the easiest ones to get because they are so unsophisticated. The people who got the bigger loans, they were a little bit more sophisticated in their fraud. They're still easy to get. Don't get me wrong. But their fraud was a little bit more sophisticated because there was more documentation that you had to get. The people who got the smallest loan. So the smallest loan was a loan for a business that's an owner-operated business, one person, no employees. You can get a little over $20,000. Right? All you had to do was claim that you had a small business. That small business generated around $100,000 in gross revenue. Okay. In order to do that, you had to supply a Schedule C form, which is the form within an individual tax return that reports business income. That's it.
Is that quarterly?
No, that's the annual form. That's the annual form. The quarterly form was the one for people who actually claimed that they had employees, and that's a 941 form. That's a little bit more sophisticated because now you're showing these quarterly forms, these 941s, and you're reporting that you have X amount of employees and you withheld X amount of money for federal income tax, for Social Security, Medicare, all that stuff. That's a little bit more sophisticated. So it's easier to get to people because they was like, okay, well, when we looked on your actual 1040 that you filed, you didn't have a business. On your PPP form, you gave us a 1040 that had a business. Guilty. I mean, that's easy, right? They can still get the 941 people, but it takes a little bit more work. So it just depends. They're probably going to split up the workforce, have one group of people to get the easy small timers, and then have another group for the bigger ones. But they're going to get got. Once again, it comes from a place of victimhood, right? Give me a second to flesh out this idea. The reason why I say it comes from a place of victimhood is because I hear the responses that a lot of people on my PPP videos say. They'll say the government owed us anyway, so we might as well go get it. See, this is how you can have a person who normally they're an upstanding member of society. We're talking about a firefighter, a cop, a local school principal, people who are normal citizens who never really engaged in any type of crime. But these people have a victim mentality. They were allowed to be preached to by, community organizers and other street people who say, well, the government owes us anyway for 400 years of slavery and this, that, and other, and boom, boom, boom. You better go and get that money. And they start to think, well, yeah, this is free money and they owe us something. So you've got people who never would have committed a crime before in their life and never did. But they allowed a victim mentality to feed into their greed because they're like, my friend, they got $20,000. My cousin got $20,000. My nephew got $20,000. I want $20,000, even though I don't have a business. And I'm well aware none of these people have a business. But you know what? The government does owe me reparations. This is going to be part of my reparations. Well, have fun talking that reparation PPP loan talk in jail. Have fun doing that in the courtroom, or even if you don't go to jail, have fun with that if you've got a government job and now you're fired. Or if you're currently on welfare, guess what? They're going to cut off any government benefits that you have because you just defrauded the federal government. So they're going to cut you off. Have fun talking that reparations talk when your life is basically destroyed and flipped upside down. That comes from a brittle spirit and thinking of yourself as a victim. Because when you're a victim, anything's fair game. You can lie, cheat, steal, even kill if you consider yourself a victim. And that's the problem.
And like you said, man, it just it reeks of just immoral people and just really not having a standard of what it takes to actually make this community better.
Yeah.
Is hard work, dedication, and good morals. So I really appreciate you doing that. Now we're about to. This is the last question. Can I get you for 10 minutes for an open panel? And then we
10 minutes. I gotta hold you.
10 minutes. All right.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, because I know a lot of people are gonna want to have something to say. So that's just I'm gonna open the call lines up, but after this, JT gotta go. I know if he's anything, look, I only run an hour show. I can't do it. But we're gonna have an open panel. So and y'all better join quickly because I ain't here all day. So so let's talk about get rich quick scammers. Now, this is your, like you spoke about earlier, your multi-level marketing. I've seen women of elder age get caught up in this.
Yep.
These are your convention guru tickets. These are all of those things that, you know, hey, I can turn $50 into $100, or if you can get 2 other people to come join in, I will allow you to take 25% of their receive income if they bring in 25. And these I'm gonna let you go on that.
What it comes down to, once again, it comes down to greed, right? I'm not saying these people are evil, just demons, someone that just was born bad. What it comes down to is greed. What happens in these type of scams and business opportunities, you're not looking at it rationally and looking at the math, because the math explains itself. Any multi-level marketing company or any business opportunity, you look at the numbers, but they don't sell you on the numbers. What they sell you on is your opportunity to make money.
Yeah.
But if you look at the numbers, you'll see that the pyramid will fall flat on itself. The math doesn't work out so where you can actually make sustainable money in this unless you got in extremely early and you were one of the first people who got in this pyramid scheme. But that's a pyramid scheme. Let's talk about the conventions and the people with all the courses and all these get rich. I'm going to show you how to be able to flip real estate real quick with no money down, all that type of BS. Once again, they are speaking not to your logic, they're speaking to your greed. Because the logical person would understand buying real estate with no money down and I have no experience. How could I ever be successful in doing that? Well, you won't be. That's illogical. You have no experience, so why would anybody lend you money, let alone 100% of the money to buy the property, and you have no experience in real estate? But you're willing to pay someone to lie to you and say you do have a good opportunity to make money because you're unwilling to do the work that it takes to actually build wealth. It comes down to, are you willing to put in the work, or do you want something handed to you? And if you want something handed to you, you need to find whatever local zoo that's in your community, jump the fence and lay down like a dog and be fed, because that's not how it works in the real world. In the real world, your reward is proportional to the work that you put in. If you want a big reward in life, you have to do a lot of big work to go get it. If you are only willing to do a small amount of work, well, just know that you're going to get a small amount of reward. And unless you have switched up the way that reality works, you're never going to escape that paradigm.
Now, out of all of the stuff that you've been researching, have you seen anything close to legitimacy, or is it just really kind of smoke and mirrors?
I mean, the things that I would see that were legitimate are the things that aren't popular. The things that are going to be legitimate, they're going to explain the work that is going to take to be successful in it. And if they're explaining that the work that it's going to take, the dedication that it's going to take, and give you a realistic income potential, people aren't lining up across the street for that. Here's my example. You look like you're in pretty decent shape, right?
No, I'm done.
I'm
done. I'm washed up right now, man.
You're not a contestant on my 600-pound life.
Okay.
Right? Okay. All right. So anyone who has ever been in a situation where you're trying to get in shape or you've been in the fitness industry or whatever, you understand in order to get in decent shape, it's very simple. You need to burn more calories than you take in. Now, there's other things that you can add to that, but it's at its most core basic level. If you burn more calories than you take in, you're going to lose weight.
Yeah.
Very simple concept, but never confuse something that's simple with something that's easy to do. See, that's a simple thing. Burn more calories than you take in. Simple. But in order to do that, you have to work out regularly and eat healthy. That is hard. The problem that we have when you become a victim of a scam, you're looking for the easy thing. We have a $1 billion industry in fitness that is not burn more calories than you take in. It's take this diet pill, wear this wrap around your waist so that you can get a figure 8 figure. You don't have to actually work out. Just wear this girdle, and the girdle is going to force your body to get the shape that working out would normally do. See, there's all these shortcuts that they sell people to get the results of what actual hard work can achieve. But why is there a line around the building for the shortcuts, and there's almost no one willing to do the hard work? It's human nature.
Yeah, I think it's human nature. Also, let's be honest. Sometimes we believe the financial tools or this capitalistic system does have some type. We see people get rich off of nothing, like literally, like we all. Sometimes it's just kind of like, yo, there has to be something unique out there that I want to be a part of, you know. So
Yeah,
I think sometimes a lot of people get caught up in the fact that they're trying to be the next like best Shark Tank member, you know.
But here's the issue. Here's the fundamental flaw in that thinking.
Mm-hmm.
The very, very few people who get rich off of nothing, those are the exceptions to the rule. They're not the rule. Then there's the situation of perception. There are people who we see who get very rich, and we take on the assumption that they got rich off of nothing. But you don't know the full story. See, I've got a client who got into Dogecoin extremely early. Yeah. Extremely early. They invested a total of $1,500. That $1,500 grew to over $600,000 over a 3 to 5 year period. Now, a person will say, wow, they got rich overnight off of nothing. Well, that's the exception to the rule, one. Number two, he was into technology. He was into cryptocurrencies extremely early, and he had the free cash just to throw $1,500 at something where if he lost it, he wouldn't care. That's one of the exceptions to the rules. But when we talk about Shark Tank, bro, the people who get on Shark Tank are business owners, small business owners who have been working their asses off for years. Then they finally get into a position to pitch their business to investors who can fuel it with their money enough to make it grow. There's far too many people who we see as overnight successes, but in reality, they are not overnight successes. These people have been working for decades. You just noticed them overnight, but they've been working in the shadows for decades. And that's what made them successful. There really are no true overnight successes. It's just that the general population, we only see them when they go up and think, oh man, they came out of nowhere. They didn't come. That's like a baby, right?
Yeah.
Somebody said, how did you get pregnant? Right? Oh, it just came out of nowhere. No, something happened. You didn't just get pregnant out of nowhere. And that's how success happens. Something happened. You just didn't see it happen. And
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Right.
And I think that's good and all.
Right.
But tell somebody who has a lot of time on their hands and they're trying to figure that out, hey, if you come to this conference, we're going to give you free tickets to the Lakers, or are you going to you could take a picture with Susie Ullman and hey, this book that I sell, and it's an all course, I'm going to give it to you for $100.
Right. Or free. They give it. Here's my problem with the setup. Why do people have so much time on their hands? See, my father, I love my father and my parents so much, man. And it shows some of my privilege of the fact that I grew up in a 2-parent household. My father gave me so many lessons. One of the things that he taught me is that a true man, and you can say an adult, you either have time or you have money. A person that does not have time and they do not have money, they haven't figured out how life works. So if you're a person with a whole lot of time, but you don't have money, then you're using your time wrong. You're going to these courses. You're doing all this BS. How about you get a job? How about you actually get the life skills required so that you demand more money in the marketplace? If you're a person who the only thing you have to offer this world is your labor, right? You can push a mop, right? You can pick up boxes and put them somewhere. You're telling me you're 35 years old and the only skill you have to provide the marketplace is your labor? You're doing something wrong. It's not over for you. Don't think that. But you need to get skills that are beyond your labor, because time is out for you being able to get into the middle class based off your labor. There's robots now that can take the sweeping of the mop. There's robots that are picking up boxes in Amazon warehouses and putting them on shelves. You need to spend the time that you have either going to trade school, going to junior college, getting coding certifications so that you can offer something to the marketplace beyond labor and get rewarded what you say is your worth. But you'll never do that based on your labor, because no matter how strong you are, they can build a robot to pick something up and put it somewhere else. What do they need you for? I'll buy that robot for $3,000 one time and maybe have some annual maintenance fees. I ain't got to pay you jack. I got to pay you $12 an hour or $15 an hour or $35,000 a year for the next 20 years when I can buy a robot for $10,000 one time and just do maintenance over the next 8 years? Think about that, man. That's a you problem. Fix you.
Look, JT, you have been spitting nothing but jewels. I really appreciate you coming here. I'm going to, like I said, I'll open the call lines. He's going to give us 10 minutes and then he's going to leave. But I want to give you guys an opportunity to give a virtual handshake over here. Thank him for doing that. But we're going to open the call lines. Join now. He ain't going to be here all day.
Not all day, but let's get it going. Let's go. Let's hear what I got wrong. Let's go.
All right. Well, I'm sorry. Hold on. You haven't. Look, JT, you got to start watching my show. I got a little jingle and everything. We got B9, Chef Shapino in the building.
What's going on, Chef?
What it do? What's going on, soldier? How you feeling?
Hey, JT. Hey, JT. That's my little trick for letting my guests get a little break and get out the back door.
I appreciate it.
But yeah, so I'm gonna let you guys go ask any questions, and if you haven't already, Chef Shapino has his own channel, and B9 he's quitting YouTube every day, so he said he wasn't gonna come back, but he's back. So salute to my guy right there.
That's what's up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, I'm gonna keep it. I want to keep this one simple. Peace to the brothers too. Peace to you, JT. So I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna keep this for the brothers and sisters that may not be financially astute. We talked about the need for credit. We talked about understanding, how not having good credit speaks to your character. In terms of your ability to pay, or somehow can reflect on your word as a person.
Right.
So I'd like you to give just a few basic steps for someone to build their credit the legal way.
All right. So this is the general advice that I give clients who are concerned about their credit. The first thing that we need to address is your spending habits, because clearly if you have bad credit, you have bad spending habits. So you need to first get a budget, right? You need to have a budget. A budget is purely a plan for your money. You need to track every dollar that actually comes in your household. And then you need to track where the hell the money is going. If you don't make enough money to actually cover your bare necessities, that's the problem that has to be fixed before the credit. So there's an order of operations. You first have to get a budget. And then after you get your budget, now you can properly pay the debts that you have. So here's a general thing when it comes to dealing with debts that are in collections. If you have a debt that is in collections, I normally say you need to be in a situation where you are negotiating a payment for deletion with that credit agency, right? So a payment for deletion is basically saying, listen, I'm willing to make a settlement offer on this debt, but I want you, the agency, I want you to guarantee me that when I pay you this money, I want you to delete this negative thing off my credit report. Got to get this in writing. Don't let them just sweet talk you over the phone. And they understand these terms. If they're a person that's been working in the industry for longer than a day, they'll understand what a payment for deletion is. Because now you're being responsible with your money and you're cleaning up the mess that you made for yourself. So that's one of the first things that I would say. You need to get the budget, but after you have a budget in place, you have some available cash to take care of your bad credit issues. Start attacking those items that are in collections and do a payment for deletion agreement with these collection agencies, and you'll see your credit improve. Now, does that mean now it's time for you to run it up and start spending money on credit cards again? No. We're not at that point yet. But yes, that will help improve your credit score. But there's still some other issues we need to take care of before you start swiping that credit card again. But that's one of the easy things I would say.
Now, B9, usually you have a disagreement. Please tell me you got a disagreement. Don't tell me you up here to agree. B9 is my guy.
And JT already knows he's my guy, so he knows I didn't come up here to disagree with him. JT and Orlando Minor do I support, and I've told him that personally, so he already knew when he saw my face he wasn't gonna get nothing but compliments from me.
What's going on, B9, man? It's been a minute, man. It's been a minute since I seen you.
I've been grinding, man.
I got you.
I just want to give you your flowers, man. I've always still watched all your content. I love how you hold everybody accountable, but the thing that I love the most is your consistent message on there's nothing up my sleeve. There's no magic trick for this shit. You got to do the hard work, and you have to have the discipline necessary, and that's why people hate me. And that's why people hate you, JT, because the truth hurts. And there's no way around it. And until you do the damn work and do the research and get the education necessary to have a unilateral conversation with the proper team that you need. See, that's why you have to have the education, because you have to be able to communicate unilaterally with your team so that they're not getting over on you. If you're the only person at the poker table that doesn't know how to play poker, guess who's getting suckered?
Right. They don't even have to talk to themselves. They just know they're not playing against each other. They're playing against you. They're going to agree to pick your pockets. And to speak to your point, B9, because that's so true. People do not want to be told that what they're doing is wrong. We have a generation of brittle backbone individuals that I have no idea how God blessed them to reach the age of 30 plus. My father, once again, I always reference my father. My father told me that God takes care of babies and fools. And that's exactly what you are if you are 30 plus and you can't take constructive criticism. See, we have a generation of people who quit the football team because they didn't like how coach yelled at them. We have a generation of people who walked off on the job because they didn't like how their manager was talking to them. Never mind the fact that the Negro was hiding in the bathroom for 25 minutes playing on his phone. He don't tell you that part. He just tells you that, don't nobody talk to me like that. Well, Negro, I'm not paying you to play on your phone in the bathroom. Get out here and stock these shelves. We have a generation of people who just love to be told everything you do is great. You're good. You're not the problem. The world's the problem. No, most of the time, you're the goddamn problem. You're the problem. The world isn't the issue. It's you. And if you don't like being told that, then listen, man, just start walking and go to a place where they accept that BS, because you're not going to get it here. You're not going to get it here. The reason why you're broke is because of the choices you made with your money. The reason why you're in debt is because you borrowed more money than you can pay off. Stop talking about a grand conspiracy, a cabal of people who are working together to keep you down. Negro, you're not important enough for a cabal of people to try to keep you down. Who the hell you think you are? Nobody cares about you in that way. Nobody's looking out for you that way. You are self-sabotaging your potential to be great. And until you get out of your own way, you're going to continue to be a loser in the eyes of society. Dust yourself off. Get the program, because let's not act like we don't live in a welfare society. Stop complaining. If you want to go to school in this country and better yourself, the government will pay for it if you don't have any money. We're talking about trade school, junior colleges. You can be an electrician. How about you get your dusty self up and go to the military? You can get all the training you want for free, 3 square meals a day, but you don't want to do that. You want to be a soldier on the corner, but you're not willing to be a soldier in the army, because in reality, you're a coward. Let me control myself. In reality, you're a coward. You act like a tough guy in the streets, willing to fight and do all that stuff in the streets, but you have nothing. You're doing nothing. When someone tells you, you can go to the military, get training, get a GI Bill, and go to college, you don't want to do that because you're not the real soldier that you pretend to be.
Amen.
Tell them how you really feel.
Man, look, hey, JT, once again, thank you.
No, thank you.
You've been nothing but incredible. I want to really show you my appreciation and letting you know that, I didn't just make up some stuff. I knew exactly what I wanted to hear from you. The questions were geared towards your experiences. If everybody, like I said, I don't need to tell everybody to subscribe. But
I appreciate it, though. If you're not subscribed,
if for whatever reason you're here and you're not subscribed to JT, please do so, because he does this on the daily. And I really want everybody to really give him the true just dues that he has. But other than that, hey, we're gonna let you go on that. I'm not gonna be here.
I'm a bow out, man. Thank you so much, man. We've been rocking. Oh man, over 2 hours. Listen, I love your content, man. Chef, I've been watching some of your stuff, man. Y'all just got be consistent. Keep doing what you're doing. My success is 100% based on the audience, man. Create that relationship that you have with your audience. Be willing to make pivots. And me and eBlack talks about that. Be willing to pivot a little bit. Don't be so stuck on what you think is successful, because ultimately your audience is going to tell you and give you the feedback through views. Comments, they'll lie in the comments and tell you what they want to see. The views will dictate what they really want to see. But as long as you stay honest to what you are and the way that you want to present your content, you'll be successful. So thank you to all my subscribers who came over here to support me. I appreciate you guys, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow, 8 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on the regular. We'll see y'all tomorrow. So thank you.
Hey, JT, I'm serious. On Fridays we be talking about that ghetto reality TV stuff. I'm
gonna come through and see what's going on. I'm gonna come through. Give me some time. I'm gonna come through and see what's going on. All right.
I have a special guest coming up Friday too.
All right, I'll check it out, man. Y'all have a great night. I'm out here.
Okay, take care. All right, guys. What y'all think? We gonna just marinate a little bit, and then what did y'all think? I think we covered everything from like the whole. I know the salacious topic was about scammers in the community, but the idea was that there are things that we do in the community that we are shortcutting our growth.
Absolutely. And the thing is, we've been doing it so much that folks start to believe it's a cultural thing. Lying on the taxes, taking, using other people's social security numbers, all of the different things that we've seen happen within the community, fudging numbers on taxes. Now that's something all communities do, right? But there's certain things that we've adopted, we've normalized certain aspects of dysfunction and almost made it somewhat popular culture where people begin to continue, and then they start just like, people running the welfare scams, running the Section 8 scams.
Yeah.
We're going to pass it down. Yeah, mama passed Section 8 down, to the daughter, so on and so forth. It happens. And we turn a blind eye to it. But at some point we have to break the cycle, and we have to say it's wrong.
And I agree. I totally agree. I think that we have to start breaking our society, because we all can't be struggling at the same time with the struggle mentality. We all can't be saying, hey, get it how it is mentality. We also have to have people who are willing to say, I'm going to do what it takes to be successful in life the legitimate way. I'm not going to cut corners. I'm also going to take care of my family. I'm also going to do the things that I know. And if I don't know, I'm going to level up my skills to where I do know. So these are the things that I think I'm trying to present, because the modern image of Black people and money is not going to create a future for us. What you got, B9? B9, come on. I need a disagreement out of you, man.
This is the best. Your questioning was great, and I don't have a disagreement. I just really have an add-on, and JT really touched on it before he got off, but I'm gonna put it in my own B9 way. You're scamming yourself. That's the biggest scam out here, is how you're living and how you're treating yourself. Everything, JT, and you talk about credit card scams and all that stuff. Yeah, that's all true and good. But you're scamming yourself by getting credit cards and living off credit cards in the first place. The best money that you can have is money that is saved, because saved money's already been taxed. So if you have $100 saved, it's more than $100 earned. So you have to live in a mentality where you live within your means. And if you are buying things, there's a hierarchy. We do things in a chronological order. You buy the things that appreciate first. You allow that money to rise. And as that money rises, then you buy things that depreciate. Then you worry about your cars, your clothes, and all the other things that lose value the second you put your fingertips on.
And that's tough. That's tough because, like I said, we live in a society that wants people to obtain. Everybody at 18 has to be driving the nicest car. At 18, you have to have the houses. It's like society almost puts pressure on you to obtain these things. And when you're 19, 20, you don't feel like you're doing that. Then you start making mistakes. Then now you're going to the club with the credit card, you know. Now you're doing the activities that you know that are going to, you know, like give you momentary freedoms and achievement and grace, but they're only hurting you in the long run, because sooner or later you're going to be wanting to own that house. You're going to want to own that car. So this is the stream for that, to understand that there is no shortcutting for that.
And not only do you hurt yourself in the long term, you're hurting yourself in the short term, because if you can't pay that credit card debt off, what you've actually done was you said, I will pay $1.75 for that dollar.
Yeah. And I agree with you, K. Will. You know, weak-minded people, if you let society dictate how you live, but go outside your door. How many people are saying, hey, I'm going to go get some $29 shacks from Walmart? and how many people are saying, I'm going to get some $225 Jordans? Society dictates a lot. And I want us to understand that, okay, we got to watch out for those things.
How many people know how whole term life insurance works? How many people know what a Kiosk IRA is? You know, how many people know the rule of 72? You know, these are basics in today's society. If you call yourself a mover or shaker, or you want your children, nieces, nephews to be movers and shakers. But you have 30, 40, 50, 70, 80-year-olds who don't even know what B9 is talking about right now.
Yeah.
And that's my point. You have to educate yourself so that you can have a unilateral conversation with these movers and shakers.
Gail says she knows.
Yeah, well, of course, Gail knows. Gail can teach B9 a lot of things, okay? So don't ever sleep on Gail. Gail is the one.
Yes, and I agree. Chef, you got anything to add? Because I want to close this out, and like I said, you know, I really enjoyed this stream. If you're for the people who are here right now, like I said, please subscribe. I have other stuff coming up this week. I got some real stuff coming up this week, and y'all think I'm playing. Y'all think I'm all gas, no brakes over here.
Hey, before Chef Cooks, I want to say thanks for showing the footage from y'all time down in Atlanta. I'm glad y'all made it back home safely.
Oh, there's more.
but I'm glad y'all had a good time too, and it looks like Atlanta's the new Vegas, so you ain't got to speak on it. But I'm just glad y'all had a good time.
Yeah, if you want to be a member, if you're a member to Black Pride, all the footage is on the membership only side. So if you want to check that out, please check that out, because the public can't see that too long.
Right. Messing up my family over here. But,
I'm about to start an OnlyFans. I don't know about you.
So here's the only, I want to cook real quick. Here's the only piece that I have for them folks, especially the ones thinking about scammers and scamming. There's a term folks use called getting it out the mud, right? Mm-hmm. There's a really major misconception that people believe when we're talking about getting it out the mud. Getting it out the mud, they think it means illegal activity. They think it means hustling. They think it means, robbing. They think it means sneak thieving, burglarizing, doing all of these things. That's not really what getting it out the mud is. Getting it out the mud is actually the tough work, the discipline work, being disciplined, doing everything that you need to do positively, but understanding that you still have a moral compass. And a lot of people get tested within their moral compass. And that's the test to see how hungry you can be, how far your hunger will take you, what lines you will cross. So when we talk about getting it out the mud, there's people that went pick fruit, worked in the garden, did day labor, and then started driving cabs, and then started doing something else and going to school at the same time. Those folks were getting it out the mud. Our grandmothers, our mothers that were out there doing the real work when they still had children to take care of, doing 2 jobs, 3 jobs, that kind of stuff. That's getting it out the mud. I can't call a hustler or a killer somebody that got it out the mud. And if you do, then that will be synonymous with what you consider your boundaries. Everybody, mud is different. Some people will never steal, no matter what. They can live 18 people in a house and see somebody's wallet full of money, and they won't steal it. They won't steal a cent. Their mud is different than the killer. Their mud is different than the hustler that'll poison the community. You get me? So you got to understand what your mud is. And us as a people, in order to break the cycle, is we have to start to define our mud, which is our lowest boundary that we'd be willing to go. That's all I got.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about so much that our community does in terms of just money wise, that I realize how much we're just leaving on the table. We are leaving a lot on the table that our community can use and pass down. And when he talked about the barbers doing that, and how many barbers do you know actually own their places? I was thinking, like, how many times have I heard my barbers talking about my baby mama house? Barbers are the best ones to talk about it. There's a few barbers that got it right. I'll be honest with you. There's a few that got it right, but we all know the ones that don't, and they're just they're getting that good money on the back end. And I'm like, yo, man, if everybody in here really was good with their paper, this community could be better. And and that's not just including them, those other alternative lifestyles that people working and, cash market lifestyles, that we could actually put that on the payroll, and then our community could, nonprofit or community credit unions could have coffers to where they can start loaning back out to the community. We do have a cash-based society in the Black community. That's not kid ourselves. A lot of what we do is under the table, and I think that's good for survival, but it's not good for the overall community. And I'd love to see us really start and put that on the line, because when they say that Black people average 56,000 a year, and I'm like, okay, which ones? And I'm like, oh, I get it. Everybody putting that money down, So it's like, I just want us to I want us to really change the way that we presently think about money. I would love for everybody to own their own house. I would love for everybody to obtain the American dream, not just for their future, but for the future of us, and to think about things like the community, because I hate when people I really look. Yeah, I see the red, black, and green. I believe in the community. I do believe that we have a Black community. I don't care what nobody say, and I'll let everybody have their opinion about that, but I want to see better for that community also. I'm not foolish and I'm not blind.
You said that community.
Huh?
It's not like you said that community.
Oh yeah, well, that Black community.
Them over there.
Yeah.
People have to be smart, eBlack, and I'm glad that because
Chef, what you got working over there, man?
But a show like this is what I'm hoping that more content creators get into, because this is how you show that you are about helping your community. This is the action behind the words right here, because the knowledge is the power. And we all have these live streams, and I'm not talking bad about anybody. Everybody's situation is their situation.
I'm talking bad about them.
But I notice how everybody has all these wonderful backgrounds and lights and all types of things going on in their streams and this and that, but they're living in an efficiency, or they're living in an apartment, or they're living. I mean, y'all know I shoot in the dark, and y'all know that, B9 is a struggle streamer and there's not all this and that. But the tax write-offs that I get just for being a homeowner alone, let alone a real estate investor, but just being a homeowner alone, makes me tens of thousands of dollars if I handle it the right way. And that's money coming back every year. So it behooves you to really understand that this is about meat and potatoes. This is not about the gram or looking good for this or that or whatever, and having a great closet. Back here in DC, when I was growing up, everybody had a Mercedes and this and that, but still was parking this Mercedes next to the Section 8 housing project. And it's just like, it was not adding up. There's better ways to spend your money and maximize this thing. I say this all the time. You can buy your kid either a pair of Jordan tennis shoes or buy them Jordan stock. See which one lasts longer. See which one they care about the most in 10 years, 15 years, 30 years. One of those will be but both of them are going to go up in value if you take care of them. But one of them has exponential value, because one of them taps you into KDs, Melos, Kobe's, and other future stars that are going to come out that haven't even been born yet.
I agree. Hey, B9. I was in Atlanta, and Chef, I know you're a resident out there. The amazing part that I learned about, like, say, Peachtree. Now, if everybody doesn't understand, Peachtree Avenue was a affluential Black neighborhood. Dr. Martin Luther King was born there. Ebenezer Baptist Church is there. Businesses were there, and through the race riots where they had to move to their businesses over to that side of town, it forced the Black community to lean on each other. It forced the Black community to spend the dollar within his community. And I think that's the biggest shock, and the biggest, I don't want to say shock, but the biggest learning thing that I've said. I keep telling people I'm pro-Black because I know this works. I know it fucking works. You keep seeing it in every other area. You circulate that dollar, you create a cultural standard, people will create greater generations of people. And I know I'm going to probably lose people on that one, but I don't care. Like I said, I'm going to be on this Black tip.
No, you're not going to lose anybody, but
hey, yo, you wow, son.
I'm the watchman.
No, but like, your point was good, but the only thing missing to make all the dots connect is the education and the knowledge that I preach about and that JT was talking about. We can all come together, but we first have to have knowledge of self. What JT talked about with his parents and how he attained his home, not enough Black people know about this stuff. You have Black parents that completely pay their house off but for some odd reason, the house still doesn't get passed down to the kids. They don't understand the probate process. They don't understand the steps to go through to build generational wealth because there's not a connection between the generations. It's right there in the damn phrase. How are you going to get generational wealth if you're not connecting the dots between you and the previous generation? Everything your grandfather and your father and your mother own, you have to own if you say you're building something. And if you're the first generation of this, so be it. That means that your kids have to get something when they get our age. When they get into their 40s and damn near 50s or whatever, they need to own 3 times as much as we own, or we got more fucking work to do as parents, as providers, as the legacy providers.
Yeah. I think, and sorry, Chef, I'm cutting you off, but I think the awareness is far greater now than where it was years ago, but we still have a long way to go. I want to ask you guys, a lot of content creators are now kind of saying this, there's no Black community. We want to abandon it. I've even done a stream to where David Sperlin says the Black community will not exist in 40 years. I want to reiterate, it is imperative that we teach Black young youth how to maneuver Black ideologies and the effects that come across it. We cannot treat our children as if they're just going to be white or be not affected by cultural and societal factors that will attack them mentally, stimulate them. You know, these things are real life. No matter what, I don't care who you think you are or who your children you think may be, they will be affected by their surroundings. And I want to ensure that, okay, we're going to teach. I personally feel that it's good to teach somebody economics and good trade and everything. But if you don't teach them history to understand and to combine those things, you're only going to lead them to making the same mistakes that you made. They're just going to have a lot more money to do it.
There's a chronology to things, though.
Okay.
And the reason that there's a chronology is because you will motivate the youth when they see what they do gives winning results. See, we all have Black pride, but we don't have any damn money. So what is the result of Black pride? We would all have a greater Black pride, and our entire community would have Black pride if it meant $100,000 annually for having Black pride. And that's why it's important us as the leaders and other leadership and the 10% that I'm looking for to make sure that they are intelligent enough to incentivize what we're pushing to the other 90%, because that's the only thing that's going to put them on board is to know that they get free ice cream after they eat their vegetables.
Fact. Chef, last words from you, my guy, because I think you got to go.
Yeah, man. This was definitely a great stream. Yeah, you snatched that one. You know, you snatched that one from behind the carpet, man. Didn't even know this was coming through. You know, we trying to stun. I see you, but this was definitely nice. I appreciate you for pulling this one. All right. Yo,
I'm telling you. Go ahead.
No, I had to pause myself on that one. But yo, B9, hold it down, bro. Peace to everybody watching. It's your boy Chef Shapino. Catch me on the channel. Check out the shoes, the Maison Shapinos. Gail might drop that in the chat if she can, but hold it down, y'all. Peace, love, and light.
All right, man.
And check out his shoes for real. Them shoes is fire, y'all.
Yo, I seen him in public. He was not even gonna come outside because it started raining. I was like, man, if you don't put some plastic bags around them, he's like, nah, can't do that.
The man has an eye, man. Them shoes is like that.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, check them out. Support
And
this brother.
and Chef has of course the shoes, the promo on there. I got some stuff on my membership that, you know, and then you also see a lot more other stuff. I trust me. If y'all think this was it, if y'all think this is the movement is more than money, thank you, that green vegan. See, it take an Oakland person to say some shit, right? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but hold on. The movement is more than money, but let's see how far you move without money.
See? Okay. Oh man, come on. Hey, but yeah, man. I enjoyed myself in Atlanta. I like I said, I've gotten more. I went down to the Civil Rights Center down there. I documented it. You know, I got a blog coming out about that. Like I said, it just reaffirms my point. My fact is true. I mean, no less than our parents' age, there was stuff that black people were doing that, as long as you have the right mentality and you pull your money together and you have the like I said when I talked about the church scammers, right? The religious scammers. These were men of value. They weren't willing to let their community fail. And like just because you went to church didn't mean you didn't have a job, like insurance, man. The church wasn't your only job, you know? So like a lot of these things, you know, a lot of these things are like Green Vegan is saying is more than just money. It's morals, it's community. So
Yep, but now put up the last comment Green Vegan just said.
We all making 100K over here. So what she's saying is that she's making money, but you don't have community.
Because
the movement.
You're not using the money for the community. See, that's my point. We have all this community talk, but we are selfish as shit with the money. The money goes to our hair, our nails. The money ain't going to the community. All that talk about the community, blah, 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 blah. But the money's going to the Asian community. The money's going to the Indian community. The money's going to the Ethiopian community. So when your money start going where your mouth is, then I'll listen. But until then, you know my saying, shut the fuck up.
But that's the point, B9. If we educate people to understand that you're making decisions based on an immoral or a non-community decision-making process, then you can then start changing their behaviors to understand where they're putting their money. You can't just tell everybody stop spending money because they're gonna just spend it on.
You don't need to change the behavior. You need to change the destination of the money. The behavior is not the problem. The destination is the problem. See, the problem is this black community that you talk about. You don't see any black community that Asian stores aren't in it. So that's the reason that the black dollar doesn't last, because they're in your community taking the money. You don't have to
realize I was just in Atlanta.
You don't have to go to them.
You just wait. Be not. I was just in Atlanta, so don't make blanket statements.
You was in Chocolate City. Okay, tell me about Chocolate City, please.
Don't just say that. I don't, because I've seen a lot of black businesses.
Okay, but say it right though. Chocolate City. Of course, you're gonna see a lot of black businesses in Chocolate City.
Okay, so I see it working.
So give me, but is Atlanta the example for all other major metropolitan cities?
Yes.
You know what? So all major metropolitan cities is Chocolate City.
I would say for a large portion of the South, I would say a large portion of the South, Atlanta has a very good blueprint.
Miami's Chocolate City?
No.
New Orleans is Chocolate City?
Vaguely, yeah, but
Houston's Chocolate City.
you can say you can put a portion. You could actually put a portion of Chocolate City.
DC's the original Chocolate City. DC ain't even Chocolate City no more.
Yeah.
So, like I said, you're right. They're migrating back to the South, but they're migrating to the small places in the South. They're migrating where the cost of living is low and where the tech jobs are hiring, because the tech jobs are getting their commercial land at such a low price. But yeah, all like I said, yeah, and that's right. I got a business and I'm blackety black. So she knows how much business she's losing to other communities from her own people. Yeah. I'm so glad that she's over, so she can say firsthand how people pass her by and pass her product up to go to someone that looks nothing like them and gives them their money over her. But we love our community. We to make a fist. Kiss my ass. Put your money where your mouth is. Put that 100+K where your mouth is. And I'm not picking on you, young lady. I promise you that. I'm talking to everybody in the world, especially in the Black community in America. Stop all of this talking and by thinking that you bought a black t-shirt, a Tupac t-shirt, and you doing something that's blackety black. Name me. You can't name me any of your major hair care products that women use that's not owned by a white man or woman, European, non-black, Black and Lovely, Kunta Kinte cloths and Canty this and all of that is all cracker owned. And y'all Black women use that shit religiously. Buy it by the gallon. Got tubs of the shit. But the Black community. Oh boy, yeah. You wanted to get me started, eBlack? Here you go.
My uncle in Philly had to learn Korean in order to get into the black hair business. Yo. True story.
You have a relationship with Asia, you don't have a hair business.
I agree. There's
in the Black community. In the Black community.
Benign. But you understand what I'm saying. Give him a look. I was just my last week's show was about the social contract. And I was putting out to the point that we need to go back to our pro-blackness to bring back behaviors like what you're talking about. If we bring back Black power, Black enforcement, Black nationalism, you will get all the power that you need. You just don't believe it can be done. I understand.
That's all the power that you need?
Yes. Oh, so we need them. Okay, you're right.
Did they need us?
Yeah.
And where did
proved,
and where did
we've proved they need us.
And where
COVID proved that when you walk into a store now, you can have a mask and a hoodie on. Before they told us we couldn't have that. But now they need our money. So now they know they need us.
They've always known that they've needed us. That's why all the Europeans bought all the Black-owned hair companies. Madam C.J. Walker started that stuff. The Bonner brothers, you in Atlanta, you know about the Bonner brothers. Dudley's hair care products in Carolina. All of the hair care products that was Black-owned when Soul Train used to come on and they had to do the scramble board. All that shit's owned by Revlon, L'Oreal. So, like I said, we've given away everything, but then we act like we're going to solve the problem alone. No, it's time for us to start stealing back. It's time for us to start getting on their backs and riding their backs the way they rode our backs. You never, you don't make a Black business by waiting for the Black dollar. You make a Black business by going after the Asian dollar, going after the Caucasian dollar, going after the Hispanic dollar. That's what they do. They don't just stay in their community. They take money from our community. They set up shop in our community. They have dry cleaners, carryouts, corner stores, bodegas, hotels, gas stations. You can't go in no hood and just see niggas. What are you talking about? Even in chocolate cities. Even in chocolate cities. But we tough and we protecting and we strong and we kings and we queens, but we can't even guard our own neighborhood and protect it. Walk into a Jewish neighborhood or an Asian neighborhood and see how long you last. Try to open up a business. Try to open up an Asian Chinese restaurant in a Chinese community with black employees and see how long your business lasts. But they'll come in your neighborhood, won't hire any of you, and last and pass the damn restaurant down to the kids. They make so much money. But then we talk about the black community. When your mouth matches what I see with my eyes, then I'll listen. But it don't match. Same way y'all tell me that what Jesus looked like in the Bible, and then the picture of some white boy looking like the fifth BG, it don't match. So when my eyes match your words, then I'll listen.
Look, I agree. I agree with your empathetic plea. It's almost kind of like saying, you know, until you clean your room up, don't come out here and try to get treats. You know, trying to tell somebody, I understand. I understand your point, B9. All I'm saying is I believe one day that room gonna get clean.
And it's not gonna get clean by talking.
It ain't. It really ain't. I agree.
That's all everybody wants to do is talk, blah, 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 blah. I want to see these magical powers where your voice skills somehow fluff them pillows up, like you said, and make those sheets and that bed up real nice. Hotel style. I want it tucked in. I want it be a little corner.
You know, you be trolling. Stop trolling, man.
And I want your talk to put a little Andy's mint right on the pillow and everything.
All right.
Work. That's what makes the bed work.
Mm-hmm.
And until we put in the work, which is the whole theme of your show tonight, ultimately, the whole theme of what JT said, yeah, if you're lucky enough and you get the right parents and you get the right lineage, yeah, you get a bone thrown your way. You get a little privilege thrown your way. But even the people that give privilege thrown their way, you better believe they're still working to not only maintain it, but to multiply it, to make it exponentially. They're trying to go from rich to wealthy. They're trying to go from billion to trillion. So they're working. Don't dare think that they just sitting around getting fed grapes and being fanned all day. And the funny part about it is, if you know a millionaire, if you know someone that's driven for real, not only are they working, they're outworking your ass. The one who thinks that they doing hard work for real. They're putting in 18-hour days every day, Saturday and Sunday. They're putting in the real work.
I agree. Look, I agree. B9, you know, we got to have Frederick Douglass, and you also have to have Du Bois. So, you know.
Well,
Andrew Tate for president. Hold on.
And by the way, Booker T. Washington and Du Bois, by the way. It's not really.
Yeah, Booker. I said Frederick Washington.
Yeah, Booker T. Washington.
Yeah, I said Frederick. Did I say Frederick Washington or Frederick Douglass?
Said Frederick Douglass.
Okay, yes, Booker T. Yes.
So
what's going on, Sharon? Sharon, I keep saying that.
What's up, B9? So you don't think you alienate yourself when you calling your business black owned?
No,
Because
just like a Chinese food place doesn't do that, and just like a Indonesian place doesn't do that, a Pakistani place doesn't do that. It's a cultural identifier within a capitalistic system.
but the thing is, a Chinese restaurant says it's selling its culture, say Chinese food. It's no restaurant that says, like, if you have a restaurant that says Caribbean food, all races go to that Caribbean food. But if you say black owned, you saying race owned. You're not. Is a difference in the wording, in my opinion.
I think all people understand the term black and what they're looking for, just like you understand Asian. Like, like for me, when I live in Texas, they have this. Most Asian food restaurants are Asian food. It doesn't culturally identify Mongolian food, Thai, maybe some Filipino, lumpia. Very rarely do they get deep down into the breakdowns of where specifically they make their food.
Because, however, it doesn't say Asian owned. It just say Asian food. It's describing what they selling. And it's different when you say I'm Asian owned, black owned. That's another reason why Spanish culture, they have a difficult time building up their business as well, because it segregates from other people, from other cultures as well.
They have this thing called Tex-Mex though, which is kind of what you're saying. Tex-Mex is Mexican food from Texas, but it's basically Mexican light, Chipotle basically.
Hey, I got a question for you all on the same topic. Do you all, wherever you all live at, do y'all have PMI parking lots, PMI garages, stuff like that?
What's PMI?
It's a company, PMI.
I never paid attention, so I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, they do a lot of commercial parking for downtown parking and stuff like that. I bring them up because they are black owned. They're one of the largest parking companies in America. And nobody knows that they're black owned because they don't advertise that they're black owned. They just are black owned.
Right.
And so there's so many hotels that a lot of us have stayed at, and we've had no idea that they're black owned.
Right, because it's just a hotel.
Right, and they're not advertising black owned hotels. So I understand your point, and that's what I'm ultimately saying.
Okay.
Black owned business needs to worry about dollars outside the race. It needs to stop putting a force field and a glass ceiling on itself, stating that it's only here to ultimately service the black community. It is a black owned business, not a black servicing business.
Right. That's the difference.
They realize that when they take that wording, that's how it is received versus just opening up the Starbucks. You can't tell me which Starbucks are Magic Johnson owned Starbucks and just Starbucks. You don't know which one is which.
Right.
And it behooves Magic to make sure you don't know. So
I agree. Like I think Shaquille O'Neal owns about 100 Papa John's or something like that. We don't know which one it is.
There are
I have no idea.
But let's be honest. We have service businesses that we go to that are geared towards us. Like, I don't understand why this concept is so foreign. Look, if you want to make a Supercuts, that's fine. But we all know the difference between a Supercuts and black owned and black geared barbershops, right?
However, still the barbershop is not saying
so just because just because you want to say I am within a service, I'm creating a service company or a service that is geared towards black people, or openly saying that I am a black owned business, doesn't mean you cannot create the next Starbucks. We all understand that once you get to a certain level, you're going to have to expand. I don't understand. I think you guys are minimalizing, once again, the power of black transformation, in which you can transfer a business from Black First Bank to First Bank Credit Union. We all understand. In fact, I'm sorry, just to make my point clearer, Citizens Bank is the same thing. It's a bank that's primarily black. It doesn't promote it, but we all understand that they gear it towards a lot of their service towards African Americans.
But are they black owned?
Yes, on the stock market.
No,
I think you just proved that point that they do not.
they're
They
not.
are not promote themselves as black owned. They promote themselves as a bank.
Yeah.
They're black owned.
So I think that's the point. Once you start saying black owned, it's no business that's saying this is Asian owned. Come support me because I'm Asian owned.
Stop this cat.
Well, me personally,
there's food places called Pancho Villa. Like, what the fuck? like that's how Mexican do you want to get?
I'm sorry.
Okay, over here in Brooklyn, it's a lot of places that are named after African countries and things. Those places get everybody in their restaurants because it's named after a place. Zimbabwe style food, things of that type of nature, and everybody goes, and it is black owned. But it's not alienating people by saying that it's black owned. It's just saying this is the cultural food that we have. Come and try it.
And it's
I think you're more pressed on trying to stop alienating people by your blackness than trying to show that your blackness has power. That's, I think, your kind of your issue is that you want to say that I understand I'm black and I know a lot of white folks don't like black, so I'd rather not deal with those people, instead of saying, hey, I'm black, I'm proud, and I'm going to make it no matter what. So
but we've already tried that bullshit of
and it worked
no matter what. No, it's never worked. It's never worked to make it no matter what. Never.
It didn't work for BET.
We have it's never worked for anybody.
So where did it work at, eBlack? What's the example?
Okay, like I just said, I just came from Peachtree, Atlanta. Like that works. Like I could talk about Oakland. I could talk about any area where black people have
what business are you talking about?
Oh, God. Okay, so
educate me. I might be ignorant to the fact.
All right, so what you're saying is that you want me to specifically name a national business or just a regular business?
A national one.
Okay. So like I said, you guys mentioned BET. I mean, there's other companies that are what's that other channel, the CW? We can talk about
the CW is black owned?
Yes. No, okay, I'm sorry. It is geared towards black people.
So HBCUs are geared toward black people. Blacks don't even own 95% of HBCUs. So what are we talking about here?
Look, I know it. You guys are trying to make this once again, like B9 does, makes a macro point, and then he tries to make a mic. I know what you be doing. No, what's wrong with just saying that you like making the dollar circulate within the black-owned businesses? Why is that such a process to where we got to now have an emblem? We got to now say, okay, we follow that emblem.
Because it's if you look outside your window and the words that you say that you want to hear, when you go off your porch and you don't see those words, then you know that you're lying to yourself. So if you're lying to yourself, then you're lying to your children, you're lying to everybody else, because it makes you feel good to think that you're somewhere and to think that you're accomplishing something, and you literally in the same exact spot you were when you started. And in all actuality, you're probably, because of inflation and other things, you probably lost ground just by standing still, talking.
Once again, I understand your premise. I just disagree with the idea. That won't work. I think a lot of businesses are successful. They may not have black on it.
Wait for you to name one on Peachtree. I'm still waiting for you to name one.
All I'm saying, because what you're doing is make me follow your fallacy. You make me trying to argue your point that I need to name businesses that have the specific words black on it. When I'm really just talking about black-owned businesses promoting and gearing their advertisements towards black-owned businesses, black-owned services, or black services. So I don't think that's really that hard to really distinguish.
Get some water, brother.
I've been talking for 3 hours, y'all. So I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Because I love you, I'm gonna help you out. Lowe's, look, Lowe's is black owned. The hardware store. So there you go. I'll help you out.
But like I said, that's
but the problem with this is on a larger scale, we live in a capitalist society. So even though we don't admit it, the banks run shit. When we're talking about chronology, it starts with the banks and it trickles down from there. Even politics and the presidents and all of these people fall under the power of the bank associations and their ruling, because whoever owns the ink and prints the money, that's who's really making the rules. And so because you know that, the number one bank for Caucasians here in America is the actual Federal Reserve. It is not a government entity. It is a private bank. You can add all of the black banks collectively in America. They don't have a tenth of what that one Caucasian bank has. So when you say this stuff, you just have to be realistic and be honest with your people.
So what you're saying is that there should be no such thing as black businesses.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that black businesses would be more successful if they had a realistic understanding of what the odds that they're up against really look like.
So wait.
Hold on, let me finish. If they understood what the odds look like, then they would know how to strategize their businesses more effectively, so they would know that the demographic that they should be going after doesn't look like them, because we're only 13% of America. So if you sell something to every black person in America, you have bust your ass for 13%.
Okay. Okay. And that's why I wanted to cut you off, because you went to a second point. First of all, let me get this last point. Yeah, we are 13% of America, but also like 70% of us are concentrated within the same areas. So you got to understand that point too. Firstly, I wanted to talk about how black businesses operate. They make black products for people who want black stuff. For instance, I can talk about a black bookstore that has black books. What you're trying to tell me is that, man, if we want to make some money, white books in there.
No.
And that's what I'm trying to say is like, yo,
no.
I understand you guys. Yeah, if I want to make the next, Barnes and Nobles, yes, I do understand that you're going to probably have to open your brand. But if I want to have a successful business and service my community, I'm perfectly fine with just selling books from black authors. And I can actually make a business nationally doing the same thing. So there is no cap.
No.
So my thing with it was what I was trying to explain is that, like, instead of calling it black owned, you just call it an American bookstore, and you just happen to have all black authors in it.
Okay,
because
like I said, you're just scared. I think you're just scared to admit that your blackness. You're so scared the white folks are gonna hate you for making it black.
No,
I'm sorry.
I'm saying I don't want it.
What you're talking about is a niche. What you're talking about is almost like a boutique.
Asian food is a niche.
But name me the national Asian food chains.
PF chains. PF chains is one.
And locally, city for city to city, but there is no big Asian chain out there that's just franchising and connecting them all.
It got PF chains.
Yeah, and then you got Panda. What's that?
Panda Express.
I'll give you that a little bit, but you still get my point. because you thought hard for those, but man, but the point of it is that we're having a different conversation, eBlack. I agree with you as far as the boutiques and the niches and the bookstores and this and that. What I'm saying is now that the cat's out the bag and Amazon has already crushed Walden Books, has already crushed the major bookstores, you're fooling yourself if you think that you're going to have a Black-owned national bookstore at this level unless we come together, and not come together to support the business, but come together as business owners.
Okay.
To go after, if we could be the 13% that comes together and goes after the other 87% of America, gee, wham, boom.
Okay, but you're like I said, you're attacking it from a macro point. Why can't you just service the community? Create the wealth within the community. You're trying to circulate the black dollar across America. Now, what I'm saying, you can you can circulate the black dollar within your community.
Because your skin color is not a community.
Your granddaddy already did it. Your father already did it. Your uncles already did it. It's not ever going to create generational wealth if you're managing the same little corner store that your uncle did back in the 50s. He already had the fish fry. So if he's giving you the fish fry already, you're supposed to be able to turn that fish fry into Arthur Treacher's or the next Chick-fil-A, fish fillet, whatever the case may be. If you are still doing the same thing in 2022 that your granddad did when he was wearing his fedora, you are not building generational wealth. You're actually going backwards. And that's what I'm saying is that's how people keep lying to themselves, because they stay busy instead of maximizing their time and realizing that they're trading time for money anyway. So you might as well trade the same time for the most money.
I think we're going back to the point of the movement is not all about money. You cannot attack a whole systematic situation by just throwing dollars at it. You need more of an identity. Like I said, you need more of a cultural identity to effectively solve cultural issues.
And what I'm saying is that there's no such thing. You keep using the word movement, and I'm telling you that there's no movement if you're doing the same thing your granddad was doing. You're doing the same thing. You don't even own the land that your great granddad used to own. Everybody has a great uncle or a great granddad that owns 72 acres or something, and the family fucked it up, and the this and the that and the that. So we're not even doing better than them. Absolutely. So where is this movement that you're talking about?
I think the problem with it is that race doesn't equate to a community.
The race doesn't equate to a community.
No.
I would disagree if you go to Chinatown.
Mm-hmm. And then also you could go to Little Italy. You could go to Little Russia.
Yeah.
Right.
So like I said,
they are separated by their nationality, not by their race.
Oh, come on, man.
What you mean? Come on.
Oh my God. Y'all will slice a macadamia nut. Pause, man.
Chinatown has more Korean restaurants than Chinese restaurants.
Okay.
Chinatown.
Okay.
It is a mixture.
All right, so when we talk about, so now we're talking, when we say black, now we're going to talk about nationality.
Yes. Because it is a little Africa out here, and it's a little Haiti. It's all these little things. They have them.
Okay.
It's a little Haiti in Miami. We know that.
So we're living in America, and we're actually having black people say that we need to split it even further down by nationality.
I'm saying, but that's what happens. What I'm saying on a business level, that's what happens. They are not race-based. They are nationality-based. They saying, come over here if you want the best Russian food. Come to my place if you want the best Asian food. Come over to my place, like it got the grill in Manhattan. They got the best Caribbean food in Manhattan. That's how come they get such a big audience. because they have the best Caribbean food, not the best black food. It's a difference.
And I agree with you. And that's why black people have soul food restaurants.
That's what I'm saying. But the winning formula is calling it soul food, not black food. Because once you say it's a race food, then only people of that race is gonna go to it.
I understand your premise. I understand your premise, but you're kind of how do I say, you're making it almost impossible to really have a conclusive dialogue, because what you're going to say is that, okay, well, you created this juice. It used to be called blackberry. Why call it blackberry when only people who don't like blackberry won't drink it? They like red berry, blueberry, but blackberry, nobody's going to drink it unless they like blackberry. So why don't you just call it berrylicious? And what I'm saying is that no matter what, people who like blackberry will always go to blackberry. In fact, the blackberry is unique to its own experience. And the people who understand it are the people who love blackberry.
Hey, eBlack, I got one for you though. The black community, we all know every black community has beauty shops and the hair stores and this or that or whatever. If you take the Asian out of that hair store and you make it black owned, what products are you selling? You're still selling products from Asia. You're still selling products from India. So when you talk about this black community, it is not only perpetuated and come within itself in a person owning the store, but in the products that it represents. There's no black person that's going to buy black hair. There's no black person that's trying to buy.
Wait, hold on. Women do buy black afros. Stop playing.
Not on for Halloween. For Halloween, when they go into a old 60s party or whatever, theme party,
like a joke. Hey, Jimmy Butler, he just bought him a whole locks or whatever.
Yeah, he just bought him some new dreads.
Yeah, I hear you, but that's not happening on like what you said on a national level. All that 12% of black men is not buying full locks extensions.
I am, man. Watch. Y'all gonna see me.
You gonna do it?
Hey, next week I'm gonna be swinging in this house. All right. I gotta get this channel up, man.
Hey, eBlack, make sure it was a black-owned business and they got that faux locks from. They cut it off a black person's head. It better not be no Asian. It better not be no Asian locks, because you know they make it with them locks.
Number 5. I don't want to see you with that silky shit, nigga.
but no. I understand. Look, I understand your point, and which goes back to my thing. Just because you're black doesn't mean that you're pro-black. It just means that you're black in America.
What?
Yes. It just means that you're black in America. You're black in name only.
I agree with that.
The only way you could be pro-black is what?
To be pro-black means that you want to. Now you got to understand, this is an ideology. This is a premise. This is a belief system. So you're saying that when you're black, that you want to see black people in control of black economics, black people in control of black education, black people in control of black community building. These are pro-black ideologies.
Can you be another race and be pro-black?
Can you be another race and be pro-black? I mean, technically, yeah, I guess. I can be pro-white, I guess, too.
So you know how I like to do things chronologically.
But I mean, let's be honest. Let's not talk about the outliers. Yeah. Like, look, I can be pro-white, right? I can say I only want to see white communities. I can be pro-Asian. I only want to work and help for the betterment of Asian people, right? I can be pro anything that I want to. But when we're talking about the overall arching ideology, we're talking about black people trying to help black people.
No, fuck all that. You said some real shit that I fuck with right there, eBlack. But what I need from you is, what is the chronology of the things that we actually have to do to achieve the things that you just laid out for us? Because I love what you laid out, but how do we take it from our mouth to our hands and actually start making the work happen?
I mean, there's different ways in different economic disadvantages to all of that. Like, I mean, for me, I always say start spiritually, connect with God first.
No.
Once you have an understanding of your high regard and high regard and your high respect for yourself, then you can start creating a better human being. Then we can go into education, which then changes your philosophies, because to be educated, you have a psychology within you. Then when you have a psychology within you, then you changes and behaviors based on that psychology. So you have to start changing that. Then I can say, okay, well, maybe B9 may want to start economically. So I mean there's different people who want different things. There are people who said they didn't care, they just want to work. But they still boycotted buses. There's people in different levels. What you're telling me to solve the whole great race of blackness, and I'm trying to tell you that it takes a community to do so. But you're still trying to make it about my ideologies, on my best ways of doing it. I'm okay with my way of doing it. Mm-hmm. It may not work. I may need to get because there's brothers who just want to shoot. So right. they need to get into some karate classes and need to learn some line formations and need to learn how to protect the community. And that's their first starting point.
But see, the issue is, and I agree with you, something is definitely better than nothing. I understand that and I agree with you. But the problem is that we've been through so much pain, thrown so much bullshit from other races and our own race that we don't want to go and kick the ball because we know Lucy's going to take it away again.
What?
And
Absolutely not.
Well, you will tell me what's wrong with that. Tell me what's different. What's going to change this time?
If B9 gets a company, you start building it up. You made $100,000 this year. All you gotta do is duplicate that again. Get another store at another place and duplicate that again.
And you keep on. Okay, that's micro. That's B9.
Right. And then so you keep building that, right? So you build it up to you build it up to 10 stores, and then you teach somebody else that wants to learn, that looks like you, that come from the same place like you, and then you teach them how to do 10 stores. Okay. It's not something that's going to happen in a year or two. This is you got to have for what eBlack is talking about. Somebody got to come up, get together, and make 100-year plan. This is not something that's going to happen in 10 years.
Let me ask you this. How long did it take? Hold on. How long did it take for black men to stop from doing the traditional sag, baggy pants to go to skinny jeans? How long did it take?
I have no idea.
I got one better than that.
No. My point is cultural phenomenon is stronger than anything, any education, any process than you think.
When you talking about building a community. Building a community takes years.
Kids across the country will wear white t-shirts based on one freaking video and one thing. You understand that's more powerful than anything in the world? Do you understand that teaching black people anything one time and culturally pushing that across America is more powerful than anything?
No, it's not.
But it takes 10 years to be exact, Sharon. 10 years. Reconstruction proved that. You took uneducated slaves and you freed them, and within a decade, those uneducated slaves were engineers, lawyers, architects, senators, governors, and they had a 10-year run before Jim Crow came in, and they built Tulsa, Oklahoma within that time period. So it can be done, and it was done with people that had way less education than we have. They just busted their ass and worked hard to accomplish the things and took advantage of the opportunities. And they had a chronology of how to do things the right way. They did not expect Jim Crow. They did not expect the government that just fought for them to turn against them and burn down Tulsa. But it does not take as long as we think it takes. If you do your history and you see how amazing we are when we come together and we follow the correct steps. But the problem is we got all these Jesse Jacksons and all these daggone fake leaders out here that got you chasing your tail around versus going in a direction that's actually going to lead us somewhere and get us the accomplishments that are Harlem and a Tulsa and all of these other places built within a decade time period.
Well, for me, from what you just, from the last point of saying Jesse Jackson is a leader, he's a spiritual leader. He's not going to be a business leader. I think the problem is we need to find business leaders. That's why I referenced you having a business, build it up to 10 businesses and show somebody else 10 businesses. You cannot use Jesse, like, just because he's a leader in a community doesn't mean he's a leader for the whole community. It got to have sections of the community that's led. We got to, like, another thing that eBlack said was a great point, is that the shooters that want to shoot, we need to train them, militarize them, and they could be the ones that protect the community. So we can have our own police that says, I guess, Black police force. I don't know what they're gonna call it, since that's what eBlack want to
call it. Call it the Darkia force.
The top is having a Black gun company. The top is having a Black-owned gun manufacturer. That's where you start.
I don't think that matters.
Having a Black police force that's shooting German Rugers and Italian weapons and this and that is still just making us do the work and they're getting the payday.
No, I don't agree with that.
And I agree, and I'm with you on that, Sharon. But Sharon, God dang it, I see the words and I say it. Sharon, when I want to just kind of bring it back to that point. I think, or let me just say, I believe, me personally, that cultural phenomenons or cultural expansion or cultural teaching and indoctrination is more powerful than a lot of capitalism has to do. I think you can dictate capitalism through culture and through ideology.
So I would say no, because
when was the last time? Hold on. When was the last time you had a Mr. Pibb?
Who?
A Mr. Pibb.
Long time. I never had it, actually.
Okay, like RC Cola.
Right.
Oh shit!
You understand that these things are economically driven by culture.
Oh my God!
But that's a product, not a. So the thing is with that, like, it's a lot of music, because we got the skinny jeans through music, correct? That's what you're saying. It was a culture.
I mean, I'll throw you a bone and say that, okay, Italian manufacturing start becoming larger in a lot of the stores, but for the most part, yeah, music.
Right. So, like, it's a lot of music that's talking about promoting businesses and LLC. They got Nicki Minaj made a whole song called LLC. It still ain't going to change nothing. Because to build a business, you got to actually put in work. You can't just talk about, say, yeah, open up an LLC. Then after you open up your LLC, then you're going to actually put in work to actually build it to a business. Just because you have an LLC doesn't mean you actually have a business. It just means you got a limited liability company.
So if you listen to Nicki Minaj's song, do you have enough information to actually go start a business?
No, of course not. However, you can argue that she sparked the interest, at least. What's the LLC? Because eBlack is saying the culture is dictating how we dress and how we talk,
and how we act, and how we behave, and some of our psychologies and our morals.
But see, the
culture dictates a lot more than just.
If that was true, then Killer Mike would go platinum. Motherfuckers don't want to hear that shit.
Well, if Killer Mike is trash, he's trash. I'm sorry.
But he's a good rapper. But people, what I'm saying is that when people listen to music, they're not looking to learn anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm talking. Music is not just. I'm not talking just that culturally. I'm talking about the way you dress. I'm talking about. Look, I believe so much in cultural phenomena. I love it. I love to see, like, remember when hoverboards came out. You know, like just seeing kids, and you're just realizing that instantly things can change. And I believe that Black people, we should be able to produce a product that could create cultural change within most communities. I believed in that. Now, you guys may say, you guys may not see it, but I believe that the Black Panthers created a product in pro-blackness that did more.
What they create?
Faster than most organizations.
I missed it. What did the Black Panthers create?
What they did was they created a process in which they taught other cities and other people how to protest
programs how to make breakfast.
Yes.
Okay.
But they've taught other things like community organization, like free lunch programs, also daycares. They also taught. Wait a second. And then when we talked about our hair, right? We talked about our hair. The hair was natural. We went from slick Johnny like this to everybody rocking naturals, right? So cultural phenomena happen. It can happen again.
So what? What did we gain from a cultural phenomenon? Nothing. No taxi stop for us. Uber has done more for black men than the whole civil rights movement.
You go. Now you're out of line. No, it has not.
What does the civil rights movement do for you as a black man? You couldn't even get a ride.
So the civil rights movement, it made people in America act more civil towards me.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. I'm dead serious.
How are they?
It made America. So when they had the civil rights movement and they was with their firefighters and they was spraying a whole bunch of people in business suits down, the whole America said, no, this is not right. They are not spraying thugs and all these fucking gangsters and retarded people like they say they are. So hold on, B9. Let me get to my point. You get to your point. We have a discourse. And so when the American people see a bunch of well-dressed citizens, law-abiding citizens getting sprayed down and bit by dogs, that changed the civil discourse in America. They had to start making bills for us. They had to start listening to us. They started inviting us into the White House and all these things. And now we here in 2020 and shit has changed. Most of these young people ain't never seen no fucking racism or depression or oppression.
What?
My 20-year-old daughter ain't never seen no goddamn racism or oppression.
So she didn't see George Floyd. She didn't see Trayvon Martin.
So you saying that
police incident racism that doesn't qualify as racism?
Okay, so a white man that kills a black boy, right? It went national, right? It went national, correct? You saying that is considered racism? That is a man abusing his power.
Answer the question.
Okay, that's not racism because that's not a system.
So your hasn't seen racism.
No, that's not racism. That was a white man having prejudice against a young black boy.
So you just want to use prejudice instead of racist. That's fine.
Because it wasn't a system that got Trayvon Martin killed. It was that one man's prejudice against black people that got Trayvon killed.
So the system got George Floyd killed.
No, that was a prejudiced police officer that did that.
No, that is systematic police activity that has been documented over and over again in different places of America, where the police have never met each other, where the citizens have never met each other, but the incidents are vaguely familiar. That is systemic, sir.
The reason why you can't call it systemic is because it's no police system that says go directly and arrest and kill black people.
So defund the police.
There's not.
So
no.
defund. So the whole.
Wait, are you willing to bet on that?
So you're saying that it's somewhere written in one of these police counties?
Oh, it has to be written.
So the whole defund the police thing wasn't going after institutionalized racism in the police force?
From people. So the KKK is an organization, right? So let's not get it twisted. KKK is an organization that infiltrated the police system, correct?
I didn't say anything about the KKK.
I'm just saying this is where we getting this idea from. A group of people infiltrated a system.
Sharon.
Yes.
I will answer any question that you ask me if you answer the questions that I asked. But the last three that I've asked you have been answered with another question.
Yeah, ask me the question.
It is Black Lives Matter created and defunding the police, the whole movement of that, not to combat institutionalized racism that the police force has invoked on Black people continentally.
No.
So what was defund the police created for them?
Defund the police was created so they could get different type of police in the street. So this way, police officers would not be making calls to crazy, mentally disturbed people, drunk people, and allow the police to deal with criminal activity instead of just disturbances in the street. That's what defund the police was really about. That's what it was supposed to be about.
It was about.
Say that again.
It was about drunk people, not Black people.
No, it was about getting the police to deal with criminal activity instead of what's the word I'm looking for? Disturbances. They don't want police to be going after disturbances. Somebody that's loud and drunk, somebody that's just having a birthday party, somebody that's just a little, that's what it was about. But
my point is that the people that they targeted, the penal code system, the amount of, we're only 13% of America, but the percentage of us that are in jail or in the criminal system or on parole, I'm not saying that the specific crimes that you're talking about aren't valid, but the people that are targeted for those specific crimes, you just danced right over. And that's the point, is the people. And do the people look the same? Are they in the same social economic class? Do most of them have the power to get an attorney to fight back to the atrocities that they are receiving? So it targets them, and an institution has been created where even if you have a body camera on and you do something that is unethical, and just recently you faced no charges and you got pay with leave, you got leave with pay. You were treated like there was no punishment other than you didn't get your firearm back, and you might have to sit at a desk until your retirement kicks in or whatever. And if for whatever reason you are fired, you have no problem getting a job in another jurisdiction doing the same thing so that you can now repeat the same habitual, systematic racism that your shield will protect you from and give you immunity to. And that's the whole problem right there, is that if we can't call a spade, then of course we're not going to solve any problems.
See, so the thing is, these communities that you're talking about that's getting, targeted, I get it. Poverty communities is high crime there. We're not going to act like it's not high crime there. Or are we going to act like there's no crime there? So it is high crime there. So it's not like is police more because it's not crime there. It's police there because it's more crime there. I get it. People want to say like, oh, it's just as many drug addicts and dealers in the white community as the Black community. However, the difference is in the white community, they don't do it on the street.
No, the difference is that
no, that's the difference. That when we sell, when our community, when the poverty communities, they sell drugs, they go on a corner, 10 people on a fucking corner.
No,
what you mean?
If everybody was on the corner, they wouldn't be trying to defund the police to have them from having battering tanks and other weapons like that are invading and busting your door down. They didn't.
Let's be honest. If they take the police, out of these poverty communities, it would be worse.
Breonna Taylor was not deleted because they were looking for drugs on the open air market. They bust the door down in someone's private home looking with a warrant looking for drugs, looking for weapons, looking to catch somebody. We don't see this stuff happening on the street like that. That's ridiculous.
Okay,
now,
cool.
In the 80s and 90s, yeah, absolutely. Open air drug market, yes. But they squelched that shit. The shit has gone on the internet. The shit has gone in people's homes. They've got, and while this is going
on, when the last time you been to Philadelphia?
About a decade.
If you go to Philadelphia right now, it's an open drug market. It's an all black community. They selling drugs in the street like it's a goddamn TV show.
I live in DC, so
what I'm saying is, I don't know. Maybe you're not out. Maybe you're not outside to see what's really going on in these bad neighborhoods. That's a possibility. Maybe you just stuck on the statistics and you're not actually seeing these young kids outside and how they look. They are right now in New York City, 90-degree weather with masks on like it's a mandate.
All right.
What are they masking up for in 90-degree weather? What you think?
I get it. But what I'm trying
No, you don't get it because what I'm saying is that they are policing these neighborhoods because there's crime there. And I'm sorry to tell you, these motherfuckers need to get locked up. I'm sorry to tell you. Fuck that. I do not want you outside with my fucking kids. Fuck that. Go to fucking jail. You want to be a gangster and a thug? Go to fucking jail. And that's it.
And I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing that, Sharon. I agree. I'm a school teacher.
You are arguing that, B9, because it has to be policed.
Sharon, I'm not arguing that. I'm not saying that it doesn't have to be policed. What I'm saying is that the reason the crimes are there. I'm not saying that they're not there. But what I'm saying is that the reason that they target these low-income communities versus other communities where the same activity is going on is because crimes have to stick to be called a crime. If I catch you on something and I have privilege and I make a call to a judge or the district attorney's office and this and that, and those charges don't stick, then there's no crime. So I now have wasted time, effort, energy into stuff. I have family members that are police officers. And I tell you one thing that's for a fact. They've never pulled over a white woman and not found drugs. Never. Never. But they don't get pulled over at the same rate that the black kid driving the car gets pulled over. That's what I'm trying to say. And what I'm saying is that if you give most of your efforts to the left side, then the right side, of course, you're going to miss some stuff. It is no different than sending black kids into a store to be the distraction while the white kids rob the store blind. But the black kid still gets in trouble for stealing gum, but the white kid then stole thousands of dollars worth of stuff. And I understand what you're saying, but if you understand America, you understand the real gangster is not on the street. So if you're a real cop and you really trying to end things, you're not focusing on the low level shit. You focusing on the top. You cut the head of the snake off. If I cut your supplier off, you don't get to the corner. But you focus on the corner and you leave the supplier alone so that a new bunch of kids can come to the corner.
So the reason why they concentrate on the corner, because the corner is where the violence is at.
If you want to eliminate a weed, you start at the root. You go to the root of the problem. You don't pull the weed up at the top of the weed because the weed's just going to grow back because the roots are still planted in the soil and can still get the nutrients and the water to regrow. You have to go to the root of the problem. If there is no substance for them to sell on the street, where is the violence going to come from? If
so
they
have, so you are saying if it was no drugs to sell, it would be no crime.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, because I want to make sure I'm clear, because that's what I got from what you just said.
No, I'm responding to what you said about the reason that they're there dealing with those low-level gangsters is because of the violence associated with them. And what I said was, if you remove the stimulus to cut off the head of the snake, because the head of the snake doesn't just bring in drugs, the head of the snake brings in guns, the head of the snake brings in a lot of different elements to our neighborhood that they know that we gravitate to. If you eliminate the head of the snake, regardless of what the vice is that getting us hooked, that's how you eliminate a problem, is my point.
So you're saying if we get rid of drugs and guns, it'd be no more violence? Because that's the head of the snake, correct? Is that not the head of the snake, the drugs?
I'm letting you decide what the head of the snake is. I'm leaving the head of the snake as a variable. The head of the snake is an X. You decide which number that X is going to be in your equation. But I can't tell you what you think the heads of the snake are. What I am telling you is that you are focused on the pawns on the chessboard when I'm telling you to focus on the king and the queen of the chessboard. Because if you can get to the king, all the pawns can live, yet you win the game.
In theory, it sounds great.
Have we ever tried?
That's a theory. Because you're not giving me what's the head of the snake. If you gave me an understanding what the head of the snake is, maybe I have a better understanding. However, but drugs is not going to stop being in America. Guns is not going to stop being in America. Because there's plenty of communities that have more guns than the poverty communities, and guess what? They ain't just killing each other the way how we are.
But are they supposed to have them?
What you mean?
I mean that are they, for example, there's a place in Utah. If you do not have a gun license by age 5, they start giving the parent citations for not having the child registered as a gun owner. Guess what? There is 0 black people that live in that Utah town. So they make it a law that you have to have a legal gun by age 5, while you have places like New York, like you said, where you can be 40 and still can't get a legal gun.
Right.
So when you have a systemic racist system that is dictating the laws from above, and those laws trickle down on you, all you are is the aftermath.
But the difference is Utah is not even big as Brooklyn.
Stop focusing on the aftermath. Be proactive, not reactive.
B9. Utah is not as big as Brooklyn with the population. It's a big difference between Utah and Brooklyn.
Yes.
Huge difference. So you can't even compare, you can't even conflate those two things.
I wasn't comparing them. I was saying what you said, that there's a huge difference between Utah and New York. I agree. And I pointed out what the huge difference is. You're right.
Got to do with, okay, cool.
And it had nothing to do with population.
Because we went into the weeds.
Nothing to do with population.
We went into the weeds of this conversation. What I was talking about is completely different from this Utah conversation.
It had nothing to do with population, though. So
what I'm saying is that there's no system out there out to get black people. There's no system to get us.
I'm talking about guns and how people get them legally versus illegally, and then you move the goalpost to the population of New York versus Utah. That's how we getting off topic like this, because every time I try to stay on topic, you get us off topic to make a point that has nothing to do with the topic.
No. You telling me it's systematic racism, and I'm telling you that where is it? And then we went into impoverished neighborhoods and things of that nature. I'm trying to get, so you explain to me where is the systematic racism? You went to Trayvon Martin getting killed as a systematic racism example. That's what you said.
Yes.
And then so I don't understand how Trayvon Martin is a systematic racism argument. Where that was one white man or Spanish man had a prejudice against black people, a black person, and he shot a black kid. It was wrong. It's horrible. But that was prejudice. That's not a system.
Okay. But
that's what I'm saying.
And I understand that. But my point is that from Emmett Till all the way up to Trayvon Martin, there are so many examples of Trayvon Martins. There's so many examples. We don't know all the names. They did not get the publicity that Trayvon Martin got, but it is too much of a coincidence to say it's just a coincidence. And so when it's more than a coincidence, that means it's a plan. And if it's a plan, that's when you start figuring out how strategic said plan is. And if you do your research and you educate yourself, you follow that this plan goes all the way to the top. And when it goes all the way to the top, that means that the systems are in play to make sure that this becomes as American as apple pie, and that there's nothing you can do to change it unless you do something super drastic. And the beautiful thing about it is, and I say this all the time to eBlack, the devil's greatest trick is making you think he doesn't exist. So making you think that it's a sunny day and you ain't got to take your umbrella out is going to guarantee that you're going to come back with your designer clothes soggy as shit.
Okay, the metaphors is cool. The metaphors is cool. So, but what I'm saying is that your idea, what you're saying, is not solution based.
Why not?
Oh God, here we go with the solution base. Okay.
eBlack, so hold on. eBlack,
okay.
Can you tell me what was the solution just now?
It's the awareness is the solution. When you're aware of your environment and all the things that are affecting you, you make better decisions on life and you're able to coordinate better outcomes for yourself. If I understand that there's a police officer right down the street that's doing the 35 check on my block, I know if I make a right, I'm going to make a better outcome. I'm going to avoid it.
Knowledge is power, period. If I offered you $1 million right now and said, you can have $1 million if you raise your hand, you'd raise your hand. But if I gave you the rest of the knowledge and said, right after you get that $1 million, I'm going to kill you, you'd put your hand down. The more knowledge you have, the better decision you make. So you have to be aware of what's going on first, because you're going to make a stupid decision because you're reading a sentence fragment instead of reading the whole sentence. Understand, and not just reading the whole sentence, but actually comprehending what you're reading. It's not just word salad.
Okay, so we know that it's systematic racism, right? Okay, cool. So we got the knowledge of that. What's the next step? We read it, we comprehend it. What's the next step?
Usually when people are being systematically held back, they create systems for their own self to lessen the blow. You go back to how I can even go into let me see. I want to, because I don't want to dilute the conversation, but let's see. The more that you know that, let's say, banks are going to charge you an overdraft fee, right? Well, the more I know about that, the more decisions I make that better for my banking, right? Don't I make better banking decisions? I'd leave my card at home. I make better decisions in life. Not to get overdrafts, because I know systematically they want that bread, right? What you're trying to do is you're trying to lessen the fact that knowledge has power, and then it's one of those things that, like, I've always heard that, about being pro-black, that people hate. It's like, what does it do for you? And I try to tell people all the time, the more education you have about where you came from, the history, the successes, the downfalls, all the stuff that comes along with being heightened in consciousness, the better decisions you make for yourself and your community.
Where's the proof? we went from you black and you proud, fight the power. Where did that shit get us? All these kings, King Tut, Mansa Musa, we know about all this shit.
Now that
we know that Africa was the first they was the first major power. We know that shit.
That part I agree with, Sharon.
So all this knowledge that you got. After somebody walks into my house, punch me in my face, I fall on the floor. If that motherfucker come back the next day and I'm still on the floor, I'm the problem. It's time for us. We know these things. It's time for us to start getting some shit written down and start moving. We keep talking about the same shit over and over again. We got to start moving.
Okay. So hold on.
I want to get a fucking solution because I was trying to get solutions. I told B9 to get a fucking business, built it up 10 times what it was. Go teach somebody else that want to learn. Teach him how to do it 10 times. And then now we got that. And you do a third person. Now we got a conglomerate of 3 people that's produced 30 businesses that are successful. And we can keep building on that. And I said it's a 100-year plan, not a 2-year plan like the rap game is.
Right. And like I said,
y'all shot it down. Tell me about it systematic. We can't do it because of the system. Fuck the system then. This is the problem I have with it.
I agree with you. And I agree with you. But this is the same way that you said show and prove is the same way that I say show and prove. Go to your brothers, go to your friends, go to your black men that you are associated in your community, create something, then go and get other black men to do the exact same thing. And now we have a community. But the problem is that you're saying the exact same thing. People only want money.
No, what I'm saying is that the conversation that we having right now, it never moves forward as long as we keep focusing on what happened to us.
I never said what happened to us.
We can't forget that they redline us. We can't forget that they did this. We can't forget that they did that. Cool, we get it. And the conversation ain't for the past however many years black people have been talking about it since civil rights. They've been complaining and saying that these things happen to us. What is the next position? Because 50, 60 years ago, guess what? They were saying the same shit that B9 was saying. And the same shit that you were saying, eBlack, that this shit happened to us and it's wrong. They've been saying it.
Okay.
It's time to move past the point. We don't need to say this shit no fucking more. We don't need no more black powered bookstores. We need just fucking bookstores.
Hey, how you doing? B9, nice to meet you. I'm trying to tell you the answer to your question. And the answer to your question is all of us as black people have to walk away. The answer is not do more. The answer is do less. Walk away from your political affiliation. If you are a Democrat, walk away from the Democratic Party. If you are Republican, walk away from the Republican Party. All black people need to be independent because if we can be a collective, we actually control the vote. We are the major swing vote if we can come together politically as a collective. If the Democrats offer us the most for their president 4 terms, we'll be Democrat that year. If the Republicans offer us the best deal for the next 4, we'll be Republican. But we have to stop having these fucking affiliations to people that only make money off of us. Pelosi makes money off of you stupid niggas. Donald Trump is making money off of you new niggas. Like, so either way, y'all being used on both sides of the equation. We have to be the smarter poker players and we have to use them instead of us being used, because if you understand how the world works, irregardless if you communist, capitalist, whatever, you either are getting used or you the one doing the using.
Wait, Sharon.
Yeah.
It goes back to my point that just because you're black doesn't necessarily mean that you have black community agenda to make it better. A lot of brothers just don't care. They just want to go to work. A lot of brothers don't care. They just want to shoot. A lot of brothers don't care. They just want to have babies. That doesn't make you pro-black. That doesn't help black community. Those activities are outside the scope of it. Just like every white person is not racist. Just like every white person doesn't really care about white people. But you have to. But hold on, B9. I'm gonna let you talk. But the fact of the matter is that that's why we need people who care about the community and who are community focused to educate and keep continuously re-educating and creating the offspring of people who are going to make change. What you're trying to say is that, well, everybody is black and now has pro-black tendencies. It's like, no, it doesn't work like that. Just because you know who Mansa Musa is doesn't just because you know who Mansa Musa is, or just because you heard of Madam C.J. Walker and her hair products doesn't make you black community oriented. You have to be oriented. I'm sorry, my tongue is getting heavy, but you have to be black oriented to understand what we're talking about and how to make effective change. The part is, what do you think is most effective? Yes, making more millionaires does help, but making more millionaires who are black oriented helps a lot more. Making people who own houses helps, but making people who understand black community and owning houses works more. Business owners helps. Black business owners who want to help black people help more. These are the ideologies that I think will help more for the black community. Now, if you want to talk about helping America's tax base, and if you want to talk about helping a person move from, say, the ghetto to somewhere else, yeah, that stuff works. But on the grand scale of things, the fact of the matter is that when you have a community focused men, you have community focused results.
So my only problem with it is that, like, your race, like I said earlier, it doesn't make your community. And this is the part, because it have a little Africa. Mm-hmm. It have a little Haiti. They ain't pro-black. They pro-Haiti.
Yeah. Well,
you cannot use the problem. That's the problem with the conversations, that every time when y'all just say black, like, your color, your skin doesn't mean that you're a part of any community.
I agree with you there. And
that's why you cannot B9, right? This is why you cannot say I'm pro-black, because it doesn't work. As soon as you start saying you pro-black, the movement is over. Because that means anybody that with a black skin can infiltrate it.
Well, see,
and tear it up from the inside.
Well, see, we have to understand that we have to change the definition of pro-black. We have this, we romanticize the past way too much. Yeah. And we don't understand that people in the past that we romanticize and had to do these things. They didn't do these things saying, hey, you know what? I think a free lunch program would be great. I'd have a great idea. No, they were hungry as shit, and they were tired of seeing kids hungry as shit. They had to do this because you can't have a weak army. If you're going to have an army, the army must be fed. So all of this stuff that we want to romanticize, the Tulsa thing, do you think that if people in Tulsa could have really infiltrated and blended in with other Caucasian businesses of the time, that they wouldn't? They were taking pennies on the dollar for the same product that white people were getting the dollar for. And they still made $1 out of 15 cents.
Now we're on the same page, B9. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck that history shit.
No, it's not fuck the history, because that's the definition of insanity. If you ran into a brick wall once before, you have to find the hole in the brick wall called a doorway and walk through that part of the wall. And the only way you know that is to know the past fuck ups. A little brother can learn so much from a big brother's fuck ups.
B9, the brick wall is the pro-black movement. We tried that. We ran through that and we got stopped. And we keep trying to do the same shit over and over and over again. We try to remix it. As many times we try to remix it. That is the fucking wall. eBlack don't want to admit it, but you hit the nail on the motherfucking head. The black community is absolutely insane because they keep trying to do the same thing over and over and get different results. So I agree 100%.
But the problem with it is when someone like me comes up with an idea that says all of us give up our political affiliations, everybody looks crazy because see, being a trailblazer means that everybody's not going to get it at first. The real solution is to all of this, and it's going to sound crazy again, but here we go. The real solution is an embassy. We need to have an embassy that represents all black people, whether they're pro-black, not pro-black, whether they heterosexual, homosexual,
Be nice,
female. That's what. And have we ever had that?
I don't think Sharon is going to like that idea.
Be done. To have an embassy, that means we got to have our own country.
No, we don't.
What?
Does the Vatican have its own country?
Yes, the Vatican is its own country.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. The Vatican is absolutely its own country.
Vatican City is its own country.
I mean, that's what I would assume you was talking about, right? I didn't know you was going to play semantics on me. I know he was going to play semantics on me, B9. Like, come on. I thought that's what we was talking about. We saying the same thing, so go ahead.
Point is that Vatican City has an embassy separate from Rome, where that the country that it's actually in, it has its own embassy separate from Rome. So the Pope never stays at the Roman embassy; he stays at the Vatican City embassy, and they have stations internationally, and that's why they can stay in the mix business-wise internationally, politically internationally, because they have the substations through the embassy set up to know what's going on in Germany, to know what's going on in Russia. Black people can never do business with Africans or anyone or any other Caribbean or whatever that looks like us because we don't have home base over there. And
because we are home. America is our home. What are you talking about?
Do you understand how an embassy works, sir?
Clearly, I don't. I mustn't. It's a possibility that I got it confused.
The American ambassador for Egypt lives in Egypt.
Correct.
But they represent America.
But that is also considered U.S. soil.
In Egypt.
Correct.
It is considered U.S. soil because of political technicality.
Correct. I'm with you.
But geographically, it is in Egypt.
Correct. I'm with you.
And because of that, they can now stay in the mix of everything going on in Egypt because they are physically housed in Egypt.
Right. So now, what we're going to have a embassy of Brooklyn and how are we going to have an embassy in America and we from America?
And once again, I go back to the Vatican.
That's the part I'm confused about.
Vatican City. I go back to the Vatican City example. If you have a group that is not being recognized and they have their own thing, their own niche, they can apply for an embassy. The Vatican applied for an embassy based off of its religious prowess throughout the world. We can set it up where we are the majority. If we can actually say that we're all black, regardless.
So you're saying that Caribbean people are black too? Africans are black?
Yes, they are.
So you mean to tell me?
Here we go.
I came from Nigeria.
Hold on. Time out. Before we get into that conversation, I don't agree with you, B9, that an embassy will work. I just don't agree. I understand your point, but I don't think that works.
Okay, and
I respect your idea though. But I think realistically we can work with more cultural phenomenons within our black community and upping the black image better to make better progress. I think that is a better idea than trying to create a physical building or even a virtual building for black inhabitants. But
So
I digress, and I'll let you guys
the
go.
black image. What does that look like?
See, let me tell you the funny part about
what would be the black image? What would that look like? If you could give me a quick answer, I don't know if you have one already.
Oh yeah, the black images goes back to what we talked about, or what I talked about last week on my last show was the social contract, how we treat each other, how we dress, how we raise our families. That is the black
how
image.
Do you dress?
I mean, of course, like, you know, creating a. I mean, me personally, I could rock a dashiki. I don't give a fuck.
If you eBlack, if you think we're gonna,
I know. Hey, I've had this conversation. I've had this conversation. I've had this conversation. I don't think we're gonna ever get to that point.
Hold on.
All I'm saying is that.
So you saying for us, if every black man that was a part of this movement,
stop. No, I'm not saying that.
We're gonna stop moving the needle.
I'm saying that we can change a lot by coming on one accord and having a greder social standard.
I understand that, but we're not going to skip past that.
No, what you're not going to do is you're not going to twist my words.
Hey, look, hold on, y'all. I just want to give a quick recap here.
I'm a little bit more pan-Africanist.
Hold on. I just want to give a quick recap here real quick.
You got to let him finish too, B-Dog.
Sharon asked a question about something progressive, something that we haven't heard before. I just gave 2 ideas that I know you haven't heard before.
That is true.
Now, and eBlack shot it down to bring it back to Dashi. I just want you to know that's why we're not getting ahead, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we're in that definition of insanity, that brick wall you was talking about, Sharon.
Yeah.
We ran into it again, and it was made of kente cloth.
eBlack, I might, I don't agree with the embassy because I guess I gotta wrap my mind around exactly how he's formulating it because I think I'm starting to get where he was going with it. But us all wearing dashikis, I'm talking about we're gonna get some kind of.
No, you asked me about image.
The White House in dashikis.
Wait, why can't we wear dashikis in the White House?
First of all, dashiki is not even a black created thing. It wasn't made by us in the first place. What? You okay? Get some water. Drink some water. Goddamn.
So you're telling me, okay? Now, are you under the guise that only black people wore was leaves and trees around their waist in Africa?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that neither. What I am saying that we didn't create the dashiki.
Who created it?
It wasn't black folks.
Oh my God.
It wasn't of our skin color. No, that shit was not made from black folks.
Okay.
But anyway, so if that was the case, so that means you're gonna hold the example of start wearing dashikis every day.
No, I'm not saying that. I said that I would be okay with that based on No,
you're killing these blacks, Sharon. You're killing these blacks.
I know.
No, what you trying to know? What you did was you asked me. You was like, "Yo, what do black men need to wear?" I said, "I don't. Whatever it is, it could be just a cultural standard. It could be a cultural standard of excellence. Me personally, I think." A cultural standard of excellence for African men or men of
we are not
from
African,
listen.
eBlack.
You're cutting me off. You're cutting me off. Hold on. The men from the descendants of Africa or the women could wear our traditional colors and garbs from the continent, and that would be a great sense of pride and a cultural nuance.
You do know
I believe personally. This is my personal belief.
India's in Africa too.
So we really talking about fashion here. That's really the solution.
Yes.
The solution.
No, we're not. Oh, y'all, wow.
All the shit that Cotton done to us, the solution is fashion, huh? Ain't y'all a motherfucker?
Oh God. eBlack. Hold on, eBlack.
Yo, God, I swear. Y'all switch.
Hey, eBlack, we do not look like Africans. Our bone structure, like if we was to die, right?
Bro, you only watch National Geographics.
you'll be able to tell African from American.
Are you serious?
Yes, from our bone structure, you'll be able to tell the difference.
Are you serious?
The cheekbones, that they could take a goddamn skull and know if it's black or white from the damn skull.
Are you serious?
This is B9. Am I tripping? From the skull, I'm talking about from just a skull that nobody's seen for 10,000 years. If it was a 10,000-year-old skull,
so can you tell the difference between
what race that thing is?
Can you tell the difference
of the world it came from?
Can you tell the difference? Can you tell the difference between a dark-skinned Trinidadian and a light-skinned Trinidadian by bone structure?
Yes.
Oh my God!
It's been proven.
No, God, stop!
They could tell you what race you are by your skull.
No. Okay.
And so the funny part about it is that Sharon has just made my argument that we're all black.
No, they're not.
Yeah, you did. Because and the reason that we have to start embracing this is because we're playing their game when we play the flag game. See, they created the flags. They're the colonizers. So whenever you're playing the flag game, you're playing their game. The Jamaican flag looks just like the British flag, except it has different colors in it. The Jamaican national anthem sounds British. Everything else out of Jamaica sounds reggae, except for their national anthem. Jamaica's never had a non-European or English person not be the leader of Jamaica.
Hey, listen, at the end of the day,
realize that we are being programmed and used. So when we say stupid stuff like Haitians are Haitians and this and that, and we're playing their game. So it's no different than a Muslim still going off of a Christian calendar system. You're playing their game.
Are we gonna really act like we cannot tell the difference by looking at somebody?
Who cares?
You should, because the thing is this, right? Because Ukraine and Russia is fighting, right? They both white, right? Nobody cares. It's about the nationality, right? Correct? Because they both white.
Yeah.
But it's really about the nationality. And we got to realize that we need to start being about our nationalities, not by the fucking color of our goddamn skin. That shit is not good. We tried that and we failed. Then we tried it again and we failed. And we tried it again. It doesn't fucking work. We need to get a community of people that is like-minded, that thinks the same and moves the same and has the same political values.
But you just said that doesn't work. You just said that doesn't work.
No, I'm saying race. You cannot go by your race.
You just said
you can't go by your race.
Good ass comparison.
It doesn't matter if they Chinese. It doesn't matter if they green.
Russians, black people. These white people want to kill each other. They are conquerors by nature. They want to bite each other's head off by nature. Of course, Russia's going to want to fight you.
What you mean is by nature? It's all human beings' nature to take over. What are you talking about? The continent of Africa was in rule for how many thousands of years before they lost?
But what matters is the extent that one party is willing to go.
What are you talking about? We had slaves.
Did we have slaves to the extent that they had slaves?
What do you mean of America?
Yes. Did we have
America was far the worst, and that's how come it stopped.
That's my whole point. So stop acting like you losing your mind when I say that they take their.
What I'm saying is that no matter what, everybody went to war. It doesn't matter the skin color. Everybody want power.
But what I'm saying is that you're talking about rubber bands versus bullets.
No, we're not. No, we're not talking about rubber band and bullets.
Yes, you are.
No, because that.
Look,
when the continent of Africa was ruling the fucking world, they ruled it with swords and magic and potions and whatever the fuck gunpowder they had that they was blowing shit up. They did whatever they could do to kill as many people as they can as fast as they can.
They got a new movie coming out, Wakanda Forever, and Wakanda has the greatest substance and I know it's fake, but Wakanda has the greatest substance in this fake Marvel universe of vibranium or whatever the substance is. And what do they do with that vibranium? They made spears. fucking spears. They didn't make Uzis. They didn't make nuclear vibranium. They didn't make none of them Tony Stark's type shit with the vibranium. They made
they made a whole suit and flying ships. What are you talking about?
And they made a whole alien civilization look like trees and woods.
With spears.
They cloaked a whole nation.
With spears.
Anyway, that's fictional. Anyway, I mean, you know.
Oh wow!
But you get the point of it. You understand the point, though.
No,
always, and that's my point. They are both.
Every time when I'm almost about to agree with you, you say something off the wall, and I just can't.
They're programming us.
You're so close. You so close to having it all together, and then you just off the rails.
Luckily for Sharon, you're not the judge, juror, and executioner. So if you don't get it, I'll be all right. But when you get to the last page of that book, I'll be there waiting for you.
All right.
But yeah, man. Like I think we just have difference. I think no matter what, we have difference of ideologies, and I think I will say that we've all B9 and Sharon have traditionally the same argument that has always been said. Make your economic base large. That is the best route. We found that no matter what, you still have a community of people that no matter where, that's what the Carter G. Woodson was saying. You can make a nurse, but if the nurse leaves your situation of the community, then you've lost another person that can help the community. No matter what, you need to educate and have them come back and retrain the next person and to pour into the community. And that makes a better strengthened community. But I don't think you guys really care no more. You guys are saying it's already messed up. Just run for the hills. And I get it. That's a good mindset.
What I'm saying is that if
ain't nobody going to no embassy of nigga.
Hey, all I'm saying, if I see a goddamn doctor in a dashiki, me and him got a problem. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, I was a part of an organization, right? And this was funny, right? We was deciding whether we wanted to wear uniforms or dashikis.
Shit.
And it came down to an 8-8 split.
Wow.
Yeah, because people like I was telling them I didn't think black people necessarily wanted to wear uniforms. I was like, nobody wants to wear a uniform. These young bloods is sagging their pants. Ain't nobody trying to wear no damn uniform. They's like, oh no, man, we'll put medals and this on that, and we'll look like the army. I'm like, bruh, ain't no brothers doing that. The other side was like, yo, put them in dashiki. That'll make them have more connected to the motherland, and not only that, it'll be uniqueness, and then you can spot them out. And I'm like, yeah, that's a little bit better. But it came down to the line. So when you asked me that question, it was just hilarious. Like we're having the exact same conversation I had like 22 years ago.
So that must means we insane.
Yeah.
You're talking about fashion. Of course you're insane. We're black.
But at the same time, B9, I would say this. The reason why, in my opinion, the civil rights movement moved the way how it moved.
But fashion,
it's because of the fashion of the 70s. When they seen those people in blazers and proper shirts getting sprayed down, it made the American people look at it differently.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Cultural revolutions and cultural phenomenons happen to make proper change.
All right, so eBlack, so what we gonna start wearing sport coats every time we come on this YouTube now?
No, hold on, Sharon. Before y'all move the
no,
goal.
we ain't moving on yet. But let me answer that first, because that was something that worked.
Well, let me answer what you just said first. You made a great point that I wanted to respond to first. With wearing the suits and this and that or whatever. Yes, it did help us out. I'm not saying that it didn't. I'm saying what would have helped us the most If we would have stayed in our regular blue collar garments and didn't spend all those money on those good church suits and those good church hats, and instead of trying to get a better spot on the bus, bought our own bus line and put that money to the resources to buy shit that actually appreciates versus buying shit that depreciates, we'd have gotten further. And that's what I'm trying to point out is that sometimes you have to realize that good is the greatest enemy of great, because you are satisfied with good, so you don't even try to achieve great. And when somebody brings up an idea of greatness, they get ridiculed because you are comfortable in your good.
So now with the embassy thing, you're gonna have to start your own embassy to make it. You're gonna have to have a proof of concept. Because for me, I can't see how that works since we from America. How we gonna have an embassy of America in America? I just don't understand. We're gonna have an embassy of Brooklyn, but you know what I'm saying. So that's the part that's a little bit hard for me right now. But with the clothes thing, I think it would be a good look if we start cleaning up the black image. That means, B9, you're gonna have to get haircuts and all that.
Yeah,
you have to shave all that shit off. You can't be talking about, oh, my hair is my strength shit. No, you can't be talking that shit. That means eBlack, you too. All these fucking locks in your head, that shit is over. Because we gotta all look very similar to each other.
No.
We have to be military. We gotta hold on. We gotta see now the fight is back. Look, like, nah, I gotta shave because most people cannot maintain their hair for a long period of time. So for us to look very similar to each other, we're gonna have to get Caesars.
It's not about looking similar.
Yes,
No.
We gotta. At the end of the day, we gotta have a black uniform. The problem is, there's no black uniform. That is the real problem. So when we walking down the street,
real problem.
It is, because when we walking down the street, I cannot tell who is who. The Nation of Islam, they did it very well. They look like each other. They could tell each other from a mile away. From a mile away, they know that's my brother because of their religion. Us three walking down the street, we don't know who's who.
Yeah.
So you knew Dave Chappelle was a Muslim the second you saw him, huh?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
He capping on that. He capping.
I said, away, Sharon.
But at the same time, you said Muslim. I said NOI. So Nation of Islam.
No, you did.
They the Nation of Islam have they have their uniform. They look a certain way. So that's what I'm saying. So like for us to really build a community, we need to start looking a certain way. That's how come everybody always reference the Hasidic Jews, but they don't reference the other Jews.
Yeah, and I think
so. It's not like it's not other Jews out there making money too, but they always reference the Hasidic because they got their own community. But what about the other Jews? Is a Jewish person living in my building?
Mm-hmm. And like I said, I think when it comes down to is however we get there, I believe there is a destination that most black people can get to and we can agree to. And there's always going to be free riders. There's going to be people that will join and stay with, like, they will benefit from us fighting the good fight. So all we need is just.
My next question is, when are you going to the barbershop?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, technically.
Me and you, we could start the movement together. You see me, I had locks not too long ago.
Yeah, I don't know why you cut them.
Because we need to start looking a certain way so we can move the needle.
No, that's cap.
If we all start looking like we from the goddamn bush, how we gonna move the goddamn needle? The moment I cut my hair, everybody started treating me different. They spoke to me differently. They said, "God damn, you look nice." Nobody never said I look nice. They was like, "Yeah."
You know what? I haven't had the opposite. I haven't had anybody look at me differently.
Well, I just want both of y'all to know y'all ugly as shit to me.
That's okay.
B. Hold on, B9. Like you
black. What I want to say is, this is the problem. This is why we can't get this uniform of black people, because we cannot even decide on hair or no hair.
Yeah,
because it don't matter.
Or sport coats.
Because it don't matter.
It matters because a community of people have no problem looking the same.
And I'm gonna tell you
why. We are
why.
not a community.
But I'm gonna tell you why but see, that's the funny part about it. You act like there's power in the community when the community builds race. You know, the race is the bigger catch, the bigger fish than the community. You
the
know,
community is bigger than the race.
no way. What
Yes.
are you talking about?
Okay, the reason why I say that, B9, because it have Russian, the Jews,
That's not
the Little Italy, all these places. We could all, when we look at them, we could say that they white. However, when you go to the different neighborhoods, they all look a certain way and they all dress a certain way, and we could separate them easily once we put them all in the same room.
Okay, now we're having
that's a community. They have a Russian community. They don't have a white community.
Now we're having a circular conversation because once again, you're letting them make the rules of a flag. You're allowing the flag and the Columbus rule of I put this flag in American soil, so now this land is mine. It is not like that. That's what you just said. You just said
I'm saying that we could build a community. What I'm saying is we could build a community. It doesn't matter if they black, white, Spanish, Chinese. As long as they on the same program, they vote the same way, we all have the same problems, and we all try to move in the same direction. That is a community. That's
but isn't that the problem that we have now? Is that the Rainbow Coalition? The Rainbow Coalition failed.
But no, he's right. The other Rainbow one, eBlack, the LBGT community is exactly what Sharon just described.
Thank you.
And it's working for them because once again, it's about the unity of what they stand for. And the funny part about it is they will have an embassy at the rate that they're going before we do. And the crazy part about it is that we get mad that every other race has stole so much from black people and to get ahead and this and that. We finally have the opportunity to steal something from them because it's the easiest thing to do to build an embassy because look how many countries and non-countries have already done it. Cheat off of somebody's fucking paper and just get the advancements that come along with it. I don't understand why it's even an argument. I don't understand. And you made a great point with the ROI thing about how you can tell them if we build this embassy, all we have to do is see skin now. Not saying that they're going to be your best friend. Not saying that they're going to hang out. Not saying that y'all going to ever do anything together. But you have a real umbrella that covers your entire race and connects you with other black people that in France, Africa, other countries, and you can actually make an economic connection that the diaspora and all this other bullshit that we're using as connections will never do.
So
see, that's the thing. Why can't we chew our gum and walk at the same time? Because we can have the ROI.
No
we can
more
have pro-black. We can have progressive black. We can have conservative black. But as long as we understand that the community is the first thing, I think it can work.
There's no more.
The problem is, I'm gonna say it's my last time. I'm gonna go because I need to try to get at least a couple hours of sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up, y'all.
Our community should not be based on our race. It should be based on our ideas and the direction that we are trying to move. We should not exclude intelligent people just because they don't have the same skin color as us. If they are part of the same movement as us and they want to vote the same way we want to vote, they want to build the business the same way we want to build it, and etc. etc. That's the kind of community we need to build. It was great talking to y'all. It was great dialogue. We didn't talk over each other. We got our thoughts out. That was awesome.
No, this is Fight Club next week. I'm not even gonna call it. I'm gonna make a generic Fight Club. Call it slap boxing. Just call it something big. But sure. SBZ. I'm just calling SBZ. All right, B9. What you got? Anything you want to say, last? Or are you good?
Yeah, I agree with Sharon. Great conversation. I want to give you credit, eBlack, you and your channel for even bringing JT up to educate us all and give us that good knowledge that we needed. I think we had a little fun after hours, but let's not forget the main meat and content and purpose of what eBlack was doing tonight. And you deserve a round of applause I hope they can continue that type of content, because the male-female thing, that's also icing. We need to focus on the cake.
Mm-hmm.
Icing on no cake ain't shit. Let's make the cake first, and then we can put any icing we want on it with women and this and that. But the cake is building bonds between the generations. If you can get the knowledge and the youth and their exuberance together to mesh, I don't care the color as well, Sharon, but that's what you need. The problem with it, though, other communities than the NAACP is a perfect example. They still build off of us. Then they pass us. Then they forget about us. That's why you have to know your history, because everyone will align with you until they get to a point where it's not in their best interest to fuck with us as Black people anymore. So let's not be used again, and let's come together, because we all we got. History has proven that.
Hey, and you got a goddamn metaphor dictionary? Shit. God damn, you be coming up with
B9 be like, yo, when you got the toilet paper and you hold it out and you let it underneath the toilet, what's gonna hold? Shit. But if you got 2-ply, what does that mean? You gotta stick together to catch the shit. If you don't catch the shit, then it's gonna fall in the water. And then you can't use either toilet paper. You might as well. I'll be like, yo,
the metaphors.
You be having a.
When I go on the road, eBlack's gonna be my opening act.
All right, but yeah, man, we gotta get out of here. But yo, if y'all haven't already subscribed, check out Sharon. Do you have a channel?
Yeah, I'm starting it, so I'm brand new. I got
what
like
do you mean
maybe
you're starting it?
I got like a short on it.
Yeah,
so,
okay, you have a short.
So I'm gonna start being consistent and start getting my thoughts out.
Is it that your name?
Yeah, it's my name.
Okay.
Instagram, Facebook, everything is.
You might want to change that. You doxing your own self. Damn.
I'll be okay. I'm not
all right, man. These YouTube streets is rough, man.
Hey, it is what it is. It's gonna be what it's gonna be.
They gonna be looking you up. They gonna be like, oh, you better not. Anyway.
Hey, the beautiful thing about them looking me up is that I'm exactly who I am on the internet and in real life.
Oh, but we can make it funny. We can. Oh, look, we can make it funny. Okay. A lot of cats said that.
I don't mind jokes. It's all good.
Yeah, a lot of cats said that, but I can make it funny. All right, y'all.
Later.
Later.
God bless.